Hey, hello. It's Skycat Live. What's up, guys? How are you? It's Wednesday, 2:51 p.m. in the afternoon. It's 5:27:26, and it's 68 degrees out. As you can see from the camera on my wall, 2:51, 68 degrees, 5:27, and it's a Wednesday. And I am home, and I love you. Uh, Today, I got up and I did chores and finished the rest of the deep clean on my house. My house is fucking perfect. There's like not even like an inch of dust or speck of dirt in this whole fucking place. It's fucking beautiful. I fixed my air conditioner by resetting both my apparatuses and checking batteries and such, and that was really good. I was scared I was not going to get my air conditioner. And then I attached a new latch to my front screen door so it doesn't slam shut anymore. And that cost $7. That was a good deal. I went out and I walked for, let's just see here, 5.51 miles, 12,278. 5.51 miles. Trying to get it where you can actually see it. 5.51 miles. I don't know. Does that work? 5.51 miles. And I'm very happy about that. And getting a nice tan, as you can see from the red on my skin. And it's good to get out there on the beautiful sunny day. I greased all of my windows so that they slide easier with WD-40, and I got ready for the summer and stuff. I have no dishes. My bed's clean. Everything, bedroom's spick and span, perfect clean. And I am ready to play some video games. On top of that, I also I switched my stream over, and I'm just gonna double check settings here real quick. But yes, I switched my screen over. And I am now working on a 240 hertz monitor, which is double what I had before with my big 84 inch. And I'm going to play videos on my big monitor, and I'm going to play video games on my smaller monitor that's a higher refresh. And I'm thinking about over the next like 6 months, maybe on Black Friday when I buy my computer, I'm also going to buy like a $400 like 40-inch ultra wide 21.9 monitor for gaming and stuff. Get me a nice ultra wide and stuff and make some payments on it over like a 6 month period. But I'm gonna buy a brand new monitor. But for right now, I have what was I going to say? For right now, I have a good 30-inch, 240 hertz Acer, and I'm going to use that as my main because I've really begun to notice that refresh rate is pretty much everything. It's just as important as frame rate. So I'm sorry, I'm just doing a sign in here, but I got to make sure that I am. Yep, I'm good. I'm just doing a sign in off screen here. Bear with me real quick. So it wants me to sign into my Xbox, so I'm going to do so. Yep. Oh, sorry, gotta do a 2FA here. Just gotta sync my Xbox stuff. Give me just a second. Approve. And then there we go. And so okay, there we go. And now I should be okay to link my GeForce Now and my Xbox account. I think Xbox kind of reset a little bit. And I'm just doing some browser tab work here on my intro. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just doing a sign in that I was going to have to do anyways. But there we go. I'm all connected and everything. Okay, so I'm going to drop it off the big face now. There we go. I'm doing good. I'm losing weight. I'm back down to like 248, which is good. I gained about 20 pounds there when I had like a 4 month down period because I bruised my ribs and broke my arm. But I'm doing good. I'm getting down in the weight too, and my blood pressure was up at 160, but I'm down to 148, which is good. And I haven't been using caffeine, and I haven't been drinking. I do still vape hash, but that's about the only thing that I do. And it's good, it's working. It's working well. I'm just looking around for the pen that I just had. There we go. Okay, I want to check and see how this camera feels. I want to do that. Yeah, why not do that, actually? Yeah, I'm going to realize that I can do that, and I don't know why I didn't. There we go. Yeah, that's a good angle. Okay, and then let's just go load good stuff. And I will I will listen to a Laura video. I will log into GeForce now. I'm just checking real quick. And there we go. Everything's all set. I'm going to go back and check the games. And I'm going to check this settings, gameplay, and just make sure you don't reset anything on me. Nope. Okay, and I will drop it off the big face now. I did. I'm sorry. Here we go. So yeah, and so look at how nice this mouse moves around on the 240 hertz monitor. It's much better, and the OBS likes it a lot more. So that's good. And I'm just trying to fix things slowly as I come up with concepts on how to fix it and all that. It's good to sip a pink lemonade on a summer day in America, in the Pacific Northwest. It's not too hot like the South. It's not too balmy like the South. It's not too cold like the North. It's just fucking perfect. It's 68 degrees, really warm, but not too hot, not too cold. Nice pink lemonade because I was out in the sun for 5.5 miles or whatever it is. I'm just kidding. It's a good day to be alive. Time to play some Starfield and some EVE Online. Starfield and EVE Online. Yeah, well, burr and burr. I noticed with the 240 hertz monitor, these games also perform a lot better, and I didn't really realize that playing on a 60 was unacceptable. I'm actually very happy with how this television worked out because I got kind of a janky but still working monitor to take up to the main house and install in the guest room, and I will eventually have to move into the house when my mother gets older to be there at night when she's, make sure she doesn't fall. And so I've got my old 84-inch up there, and I've got my 84-inch down here. And this one's 60 FPS, and that one's 120 FPS. So, and I don't mind the 60 if it's just for watching television or monitoring my stream. It's actually the best way to do it. And I see my image a lot better, actually. Yeah. So, got to put my headphones in. Hopefully they're charged. Oh, good, they are. They're like full charge. That's I just used them for 2 hours. Charged them when I was in the shower. Okay, let this connect to my headphones here. What? There we go. There we go. Much better on the OBS. It looks much better than yesterday. It's still a little slow on a display adapter, but it's better than it was. Translates better. Nice. So, yeah, it looks real good, real good. So, I don't know what I'm doing. I guess I'll just go on about the business of doing stuff. I'm in this town for a reason. I think I talked to whatever it was I was supposed to do. Okay, let's go listen to Loru.
That's right, Eve's Cow expansion Moo is here, and we're going to talk about all the things they've announced, how it can impact the game, and what you can do to plan.
There's a lot of cool stuff coming to EVE Online. My faith is, renewed. That's good. I had to choose between EVE and Mortal. I chose EVE, and I'm glad that I chose EVE. I don't think they're incompetent.
Brand new EVE expansion, so if you want the best EVE guides, you came to the right place. Ladies and gentlemen, Loru here, digital advertiser, content creator, and EVE enjoyer for the better part of 10 years now. I'm back from FanFest. I have my award over here. We've been talking about it today. Thank you for helping me to win 07 to you. And Cradle of the War, the new EVE expansion, is about to be unleashed on all of us. It's going to be everywhere all the time. The cows will moo. That's right. EVE Cow is here, ladies and gentlemen. There is no cow level. There's always a cow level. Those that know. Coming, first of all, what is this? This is the new expansion. It's coming the 9th of June. I don't know what day it is today because, it's been crazy. It's May 25th as of this recording. This is going to be in the 9th of June, so you got a couple weeks. We're going to dive into some things you can do to prepare, some things you can do to make sure you understand what's about to happen and how the game is about to change straight up for
what was that?
Everybody. Let's check it out. Let's see about it. Military campaigns. Every capsulator can shape the outcome of Empire Wars. We're going to dive into what we know about this in just a moment. But as a TLDR, Empire Wars are better faction warfare. It's just better. It's just better. So they've improved stuff. We're going to talk about it. Let's talk about it. Track and display your accomplishments with titles and achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, titles and achievements. Let's get some W's for the devs. Titles and achievements in my MMO in the year of our Lord. Let's go, chat. Finally, I can have titles and achievements in the game. Some people were upset about this. Those people don't like fun. You can have corp titles, corp achievements, whatever, inside of the game, but this is something different. This is something you can earn yourself, and something we're going to talk about this more throughout this video. We've seen that the titles and achievements have prizes associated with them, not just a title. For example, the titles had skill points as prize. We're going to talk more about it in just a second, and not 5. It was like 100,000 skill points. We're gonna talk about it. Starter space. This is Exordium. It is a new non-PvP area for rookies.
Oh, okay. On the 9th of June, it's now for rookies to hone their skills and form bonds before tackling the rest of New Eden. I want to sit there and just make money all day. I don't want to be harassed.
Of New Eden. This is going to absolutely change how EVE is. And actually, Exordium is in the game now, as of the recording of this video. It was in the game even before FanFest. You can see it's right below Pochvin on your 2D map. And some people were saying, like,
Laura, how do you get the 2D map?
Yeah, it's brand new. I have no problem telling y'all. If you open your map, there's a little button in the bottom. It's like all the way. Let me get my pen tool. It's right. Pen! Do what I tell you. Daggum pen tool, chat. Give me a sec. I gotta relaunch it. Eller, keep this in. They need to know that sometimes my production fails, and that's okay. We go again. So it's in the bottom right-hand corner, chat, of the thing right here. Okay? Right there. So click this guy. That's also where you click to turn it back 3D. Okay, so that's where the 2D pen tool is. Exordium is the new bro zone we're going to talk about. It's literally in the game right now. It is now the only place in EVE Online to have 1.0 systems literally PvP disabled, literally gone. So can't PvP there anymore. So rest in power, ganking, I guess. It's not going to happen. We're going to talk more about what that means in just a moment. Experience legendary battles to find the big empires through a new epic arc. This new epic arc is going to be new bro friendly and is going to actually from what we understand, we'll have to look how this actually is going to be how the new players pick their faction. You know how at the start of when you made your character, how it was like, hey, choose 4 factions? It looks like, and this is confirmed, how it's implemented, we're not sure yet, but it looks like that's now going away. And instead, it's going to be something similar to what World of Warcraft did in Mist of Pandaria, where the pandas got to choose their faction based on an epic quest in the New Bro-focused area. So I actually really like this. It's going to be super interesting. We're going to see what that looks like, and we're going to do it ourselves on stream. We're going to roll a new character creation. That's right. We're going to see how this looks a little bit later. We're going to talk about it as once it releases, because it's not right now. So, new command carriers. Strike fear by empowering your fleet. This is Tech 2 carriers, not the Nyx, okay? Not the other super carriers, as the fans call them. You know, they're not officially that, but we call them that, okay? We are going to have Tech 2 carriers. The Gaia is the Tech 2 Thanatos. These are command destroyers. Sorry, kill me. The command carriers. They are similar to the command destroyers and command battlecruisers, that their focus is on support. See how the Thanatos has fighter damage, hit points, and some support stuff. What we confirmed, and this is over in my Discord, if y'all want to get to it, let me come back to it here. Let me find it in our FanFest chat. I was made sure to pin this in our FanFest chat. We're going to dive deep into the stats of some of these later. Now, this can change, okay, but we have 4 new command destroyers named the Gaia. This is what they revealed on FanFest. Salvation, the Smyrg, I'm saying that wrong because it's Icelandic, and the Ymir. Okay, so we're going to talk about these, the Gaia. We'll talk more in depth, but just as a quick aside, you can see its bonuses are support. Okay, this is important because these are going to be a little bit less on the damage side comparatively to the Tech 1s and more on the fleet support side. We're going to talk about that more in just a moment. 4 new Navy destroyers, fast to skill into, affordable to fly, and devastating in the right hands. New Navy destroyers, ladies and gentlemen, these are going to be brand new. Many of you have been saying,
Where's my Navy Algos?
You don't have to worry anymore. Now we're going to get one in a similar fashion, pinned to my FanFest chat. You're going to see the new Algos Navy issue. It is a Tower Navy. We'll look at the stats in just a little bit, chat. The Dragoon Navy, and of course the Corax Navy looking real thick. Corax Navy looking real strong. We're going to talk about the stats in just a moment. Okay, so got a lot of those are the new ships coming out. 6
Corax
new
Navy,
ships.
wow.
If I remember, IIRC is the most amount of new ships in one expansion in many years.
Yeah, that's
so
good.
pretty sick. Let's dive into all the nitty-gritty details right now and what this means. So, all right, so we pulled up day 2 FanFest, so y'all can see some official stuff going on and what they were showcasing. We're gonna pause it at the right moments here so you can see some of the new UIs. So you're used to the faction warfare menu being what it is, and they improved this with, I believe it was the Uprising expansion many moons ago. The faction warfare system is being upgraded with now military campaigns. Okay,
Ooh.
military campaigns. So this is something that's getting added to the various things for EVE Online, for military campaigns. Think of it like a shell that's over faction warfare, that's over a wide variety of
Cool.
activities. We're going to
That's
start
what I'm
talking
gonna
about
do.
military campaigns. So first of all, it's going to give you standings boost. This is really great because it provides an alternative for standings. I literally have negative Galente standings for many moons now because I, in my years playing EVE Online, had no idea that doing level 4 missions in Caldari space would reduce your Galente standings. So
I do. I'm very aware of it. And I'm a slave to it all the time.
been at negative 1.6 with the Galente Federation I was negative 3 for a while. I was so close to getting attacked in space, and then I found out, and I've been doing Sisters of Eve epic arcs on cooldown. Many of you know that's probably the only way to get standings. Not anymore. Military campaigns are now going to let you get standings by, and we're going to talk about what that looks like and what we know about it from here. So, found out before you found out. Of course you did, Grandy, because you're a better player than I am. So, military campaigns are going to be something that's going to fully change how EVE Online is played. I hope they zoom in on this. Please zoom in on this because I want to talk about it. So, yes, here it is. First of all, this is the Galente military campaign. So we see there's achievements involved. That's number one. Then we see what looks like a reward track. Think of this like a season pass or something similar. This is not something you have to buy into, just something that's out in the game. It's pretty sick. And then we're going to see the objectives that are there. And I think, do I have my zoom tool? I think I still have to install that. So this says stockpile scoredite. It gives an ISK and what looks like some kind of loyalty point, or it might be standings reward. I'm not sure what this symbol is here. We'll come back to that in just a sec. Rest and power the scoredite market. Once again, goodness gracious. State hullbreaker, destroy capsuleer ships, secure war zone control. And then we also have, we can see some finished ones for manufacturing mine materials. First of all, my biggest concern with the military campaigns has been averted, has been fixed. Because this, my first thought was like,
Man, I hope it's not just faction warfare.
it isn't. Now you can do, yes, there's PvPs. There's literally secure faction warfare complexes is what it says. But there's also global PvP, global mining, indie. So you can do things in other areas of space and still progress the various theaters of war reward tracks after the side that you pick. So this one is showing Galente stuff, and if you hit the next achievement, you get a Galente skin and the title of Galente officer. This is really, really cool. This shows you, so the titles again are brand new. You can display these to show how far you've come in the actual Eve sphere for various things. Another kind of minutia that I can look at, now that we're kind of zooming in on this, okay? So check this out. Mine materials has a cooldown of 2 days, 4 hours. So I like this because these look more like weekly quests from other MMOs than they do like, oh, whatever. So this is once again helping you to solve the question of,
I signed into Eve, what do I do?
You now have like a shell that can help guide you to stuff with the combination of the opportunity tab being stuff close to you. Let me open this up. The opportunity tab is everything close to you. I'm going to say it one more time. Opportunity tab is everything around you. Okay, it's like all of your daily quests, by the way. Let me just, don't mind if I do. Boop. Let me just get some skill points. Thank you kindly. Click it. Okay. This is like all the Capsuleer Warpath stuff, every site that's close to you, your daily quest, your epic arcs. Then you have the agency tab, which is like broad stroke, everything around New Eden, all the various quests you can do, the agents and missions, encounters, Explo resource. This is like, show me everything in all of Eve. Now we also have these theaters of war, this military campaign bucket to put things in that will help you to be able to know what content.
Now I put down a thing for soldiers, and it's gone. Now I think that boost is permanent. But yeah, it just sucks. That thing is gone now. Either that or I just never built one. But I thought I put a thing for soldiers right here. I'm fairly sure I did. Maybe I just didn't save, is what it is. Yeah, that guy. It's a shame because I think I lost like 2 figures, but that's alright. I don't think you need to keep them. I'm gonna go ask. Are action figures in Starfield a buff that you get forever the moment you pick them up, or is it like if you sell the action figure, do you lose the buff? Oh, yeah, you can remove stolen text, huh? Okay, there's 54 total collectibles, huh? So, I've got 2. Okay. Stop. Stop. Wow. That planet is turning pretty quickly. It's fucking awesome. This is the best any game has ever looked to me, like now in 300 or 240 or yeah, 240 hertz. I don't know what my frame rate is right now, but it's really fucking good. Yeah, everything looks super fucking good. Even though it's 1440p, it still looks really, really good because it's high frames. And this is the modern set. Yeah, maybe eventually I'll move to 4K, but yeah, I probably could move to 4K. Probably wouldn't drop the frames very much. Oh no, I'm sorry. This screen is only 1440p, but that's okay. I don't mind 1440p. That's the current standard. So okay.
Tend to do, and just reward you for doing the same old content, you know? Like, and I like the fact that there's so many options with this. This is really sick. So we'll see what more of the quests are. It looks like there might only be...
I now want to ultra wide. I didn't know how important it was, the 21.9. See if he has any amp.
Three active at one time. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm hoping it's maybe like 4 or 5, because there was some balancing with that with the daily quests. If y'all remember when they first announced that, there was like, you know, there was 6 of them, and then there was 4 of them, and then there was 3 of them, and now they're kind of coming back. So they're really trying to talk about Warzone control. Somebody in chat says, do you have to sign up for Faction Warfare to access this? We don't know that yet, Goku. Some of this stuff is still unsure. So, and there's freelance job. My goodness. So check this out. So let's see if they don't rewind on this. I'll try to, if it'll zoom in on this, excuse me, I'll try to rewind. So here we go. Capture and defend medium or large faction warfare complexes for the in defense of the Galente Federation, whatever. So the ones that are faction warfare focused, obviously you have to be a part of faction warfare. But the mine materials ones, I don't know. We don't know that yet. I would guess you do not have to flag yourself, declare yourself for Galente in this case, to do Galente mining stuff. I would think you don't have to, but we'll see. There's also a bunch of, you can see the contributors. There's global progress. This is not just a, I can do this. This is a, everybody has to show up and do it thing. Yeah. Okay. Some of you thought you were going to be able to go in and go solo it yourself. Not necessarily the case. You can see this says personal progress, 0 out of 18 complexes completed. What I think this means is that each individual can contribute 18 to the 14,000 it needs within a certain cooldown period. I don't know the cooldown period yet. We'll see. You can also get loyalty points and ISK from this. Pretty sick. I also like that they're divvying up this between loyalty points and ISK. That way it's not just ISK. It's not just an ISK faucet. There's like some loyalty points involved. There's some market PvP going on there. That's going to be good. So overall, so far, this is really well made. A word of caution. I want y'all to give, and really a call out to the whole freaking community, I want y'all to give feedback to the devs when you try the military campaigns. Because how this system is really going to shape EVE for years to come. This is not some small thing. This isn't like, oh, we added Merc Dens to nullsec. You know? This is not some, oh, we added one ship. This is a system that's going to shape EVE for a long time. So make sure that you check this out. So you have to pick a faction. I was on the test server over the weekend. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to do the test server. So military campaigns really what I wanted to focus on at the start of this, but this does lead directly into standings. We'll talk about standings later because we have to see how they're going to implement that. It leads directly into titles. Titles are going to be something that are going to be pretty huge and have never been added to EVE Online in the past. So I don't remember their FC names, but they did really good. This was really well, this was a really great segment. Both of them were very high energy. I really appreciated that. One of my only critiques to the stage presence of some of the devs is that some of them were kind of monotone and kind of like, like you look at Maximum Cast was killing it, was like really showing up. Jotun killing it, Zell was killing it. Both of these two, again, I don't know their FC names, sorry. They were doing great, but some of the devs were just like, yes, EVE Online. Wow, EVE Online fun. So is it Mercury and is it K1P1? Now that you said that, is it K1P1? So FC Mercury, FC H1P1 or K1P1, whichever. 07 to you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the great stuff here. So okay, it is K1P1. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, let's actually rewind because that's literally the screen that I was trying to do. So thank you. So this is like some loot that it's showing you. A big thing that they announced with the military campaigns. So there's 4 empires, right? Each empire is going to have specific wins, prizes for if you win. And this to me was actually the biggest reveal from the whole thing. And I'm going to pause it in like just a sec when they like come up with this. It's not just the, oh, I can go do some stuff and get some ISK. It's not just I can go do some, activities and go get some loyalty points and progress a reward track. It's also about that if you pick a side to win, if that side actually gets the win and gets to the end of the reward track, which will take a community effort, it's not just your personal reward track, they're community reward tracks. If we get to the end, big prizes. The Amar one, I believe, was permanent lower taxes in the area. The Caldari one was like a new Stargate opens up between high sec and null sec or something. It was like a very wanted Stargate, whatever. The Galente one was like brand new phased rifts coming to high sec or something, and new Rorqual mining drones. So Amar gets lower taxes for 6 months. Still huge. That would make it the new Jitta. Do y'all understand? Do you get this? That this system is so awesome that if Amar wins and gets lower taxes for 6 months, then that's going to be the new Jitta, because all the traders are going to go over there. Nothing will be the new Jitta. I completely disagree. If everybody all of a sudden gets more margins for the same items, they'll go over there. So it's not just like, oh,
yeah, you get new items.
They're talking about changing the landscape of EVE that is bound to these military campaigns if we as a community win. If we get the reward tracks finished. You can see it's like 20 out of 30 objectives. If Caldari wins, it's 30 out of 30 objectives. You have personal progress. There's achievements involved. This is just a massive W, and it's just really just another layer on top of the game. I'm really pleased with this. The whole system looks pretty sick. The next thing besides military campaigns is achievements. Let's try to see if we can find the achievements. Let's see if I can keep fast forwarding here. In editor, you can keep this part in. We might actually go to the new ships because it looks like that's what's coming up next. And sounds good. There's some new faction warfare sites. There's a T3 cruiser focused site that is there. You can now take T3 cruisers into there. There's also the T3 cruiser site had like random rolls on it or something. I don't know. So let's talk about the new ships. Let's talk about the command carriers. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to open up my Discord here so we can kind of zoom in on the command carriers and see what we got here. So the first one is the Gaia. This is the Thanatos 2.0. Now, some things before we start. These are Tech 2 carriers. I said it again because that means that you actually need the Tech 1 BPCs to research this. So what I'll tell the indie people is if you've got Thanatos stuff, time to research those BPCs and all the parts involved. It's a capital ship. There's more involved, right? You can make sure to go look at one. If you're an industry-focused person, here's what you can do. We actually call this out to you. You send me a mail. Thank you for that. We call this out at the start of this year. Something you can do this year is you can try to start making capital ships, because they've made capital ships way easier to make this year. Less requirements, less stuff, and it's still an endeavor, but you know, you can do better with it this year comparatively to the last couple years. So here's a Thanatos BPO. We have a couple of these. We rescued them from Operation BPO. Okay, you can research this and then try to sell some BPCs because people are going to need the BPCs for their Tech 2 carrier stuff. And oh, some of y'all couldn't see the things. I had that thing in the way. Sorry, Chan. Eller, you can keep that part in. So go get your BPO and then research this into BPCs after you get some various, you know, efficiency research going. I want you to understand that, like, it's not just there's new ships. Like, this affects the whole market of EVE Online. So something else you can do if you can't make capital ships is you can go look at the stuff that makes capital ships. So like life support backup units, auto integrity seals. These are for everything. And did the price go up yet? Normally it goes up. It's still going down, but it's been going down for a long time, actually. Sheesh, goodness gracious. So maybe this one will keep going down, but at least during the expansion, on the expansion week, the price of these normally goes up when the demand goes up. So this is something you can think about is, you know,
Laura, I can't make capital ships. What do I do?
Yeah, look at what makes capital ships. See if you can get stuff that makes the things that capital ships are made of. Does that make sense? So these blueprints, you can go find them. These are a billion-esque. You can go research them and keep it going. Carbon fibers and everything, you know. This is something that's going to definitely go up in price around the expansion time, even if it's been going down in price. We'll see about it. So just keep an eye on the market if you're industry focused. See if you can make some ISK there.
Carbon fiber. Okay, let's go take a look at carbon fiber. We can do that. But why aren't you giving me the goddamn thing there? So I'm gonna drag it over for a moment and do some stuff. Going to Master at Arms. Yeah, what's the Master at Arms at? It's at 55. I always monitor this, and then I'm coming to look at carbon fiber. Oops, I forgot to click. There we go. So carbon fiber. Yes. And then carbon fiber. I wonder if I could put my OBS on the third screen. Anyways, so in Jita, carbon fiber right now is $9.96. The next time I die, I'll run carbon fiber, and I'll leave a reminder here to buy carbon fiber when I'm in Jita. Wait, there's a wreck right here. Oh, we had to turn it, but that's okay. Maybe there's loot here. Yeah, looking good. Right on. Yeah, frames are good, solid, better on this monitor. Okay, what else was I doing? Yeah, so a reminder, I want to buy some carbon fiber at 907. Yep. Yeah, man, that's fucking cheap, and I'll buy 100 million worth of carbon fiber, and I'll just let it sit. I'll place a buy order in Jita for 867, and I'll buy 100,000. Yeah. Look, there is 2 million here. Nice. I should go toss this away, so I will. So it's good to like dump stuff all over low sec, because eventually I'll collect it all and it'll be worth a billion-esque. Go to the FedMart retail station.
Warp drive active.
Oh man, this monitor looks way, way better to me. Oh, you didn't save? You didn't save.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Supply. Doing better. My arm's feeling a little better. Big changes coming. They're making Eve much better. It's good.
Let's talk about what this ship looks like right now, the Gaia. Let's check this out. Now, this is subject to change because this is what they revealed at FanFest. For the most part, this is going to be a Tor. Thank you. 07 to you. Thank you for that, my friend. Yes. So, let's see about it. Support fighter, support fighter, support fighter, conduit jump. First of all, the conduit jump thing is nuts. At rank 5 Galente carrier, which is what you're going to need to get into this, you can double the conduit jump amount. That means that this is going to be able to jump people away way more of a fleet than a standard Thanatos. Right there, that's already pretty big. What is it, Lord?
Or the heck's a conduit
Jump? Well, carriers and Titans can jump fleets from A to B. They can bring people with them, okay? So the conduit jump passenger count is 5 with carriers right now. Isn't this, doesn't this increase with something? Am I wrong? Shouldn't this be a higher number? Don't I have, like, a skill for this? Ed, or you can keep his part in. Navigation. Isn't it jump drive calibration? Yeah, that's jump range, operation, conservation. It's one of these, chat. One of these is like, hey, bring more people with you. Capital micro jump option. I don't know. It's one of these brings more people with you. Whatever. So, capital jump portal generation. 100% increase. Max number of ships can be moved with capital conduit jump per level. So I have 4 of these. So this should be like 20 people if I simulate the ship. Normally it updates. Let me actually try this again. Let me go to show info. Let me go see if it updates with this. Show info. Does it update with that? No, it does not. So it still says 5. So I should be able to bring 20 people at rank 4. With a Gaia, I can bring double. I can bring 40 at rank 4. Sorry, rank 5, it'll be 100% more. Excuse me. So it'll be, I have rank 4 of the skill, so I can bring 20. Double of 20 is 40. Okay, good. So I can bring 40 people with a Gaia. This doesn't sound like it's that big a deal, but this is a huge deal because it lets small...
God, it looks good in 240 fucking frames. It looks so fucking good. It's the best games have ever looked to me. It's kind of blowing my mind. Oh, my neck. Oh. I've been planking. There's this stone block down at the end of the road that I walk, my country road that's like, I don't know, a quarter mile long. So if you do 4 laps, if you do 4 laps, you get a mile. And so yeah, about a quarter mile down the road, something, half mile. It's not half miles, quarter mile down the road. There is a stone block, and I can rest my back against it. It's got a curb on the top of the stone block that's very curvy, and it doesn't hurt your back. You can lay back, and you can crack your back on it really well. It's like the best back tool device I've ever used, and it gets my back every time. It cracks my back perfectly the way it's designed. You just lie back. I almost want to patent it and sell it. And yeah, and so I've been cracking my back on that thing, and then after I crack my back, I plank on the stone block, and I extend my body out like completely flat, and I hold it like that, and I try to plank and tighten the muscles in my back and in my thighs and in my arms and stuff. Oh, I thought it was going to be a player.
Warp drive active.
I'm going to move to Exordium, and I'm just going to farm a Countess out there. If you can go between them. I'll just live in Exordium. I don't really feel like fucking PvP in this game. Not right now. Caracal Navy. Oh, I'm in a thing. So that was that step of this. I'm looking to rob the cops' locker room. Seems like trouble brewing. I'm just gonna leave. Yeah, like leave.
It lets the command carriers be the only thing that maybe I'm wrong, Jack, correct me, sub-Titan that can yeet big fleets across space.
Wow.
Very effectively. 25 at rank 4 and 20 from skill 5. I think you might be right, S-Bound. Yeah. So that's a lot of red popping in the system. Correct. It's 50 at level 5. That sounds right, Seymour. Exactly. So you can bring 50. Maybe my math is wrong. Either way, this is why I do this live. So thank you, Chan. And it's got the support fighter stuff. So 50 people with rank 5 condo jump. Very big. That's a lot of ships coming in with the Gaia. And then look at this support fighters. Hit points, warp disruption range, afterburner speed bonus. Notice there's no, and look down here, armor command bonus, skirmish command burst, information command. So you can literally have all 3 command bursts. Wow. Info, skirmish, and armor. Lock stuff faster, move quicker, and have better armor. So Rorquals can come, but only mining ships. Correct, exactly. So correct. Like you see a guy, a pop-in system, you're like, where's the other 50 people? That's what's happening. So now notice the difference between this ship and the Thanatos. Okay, support fighter bonuses and a bunch of command burst bonuses. Let's look at what the Thanatos has for bonuses again. Okay, it has a fighter damage, fighter hit points, and then support fighter stuff, and yes, just armor and skirmish. So the Thanatos is still going to be your PvE DPS machine, and the Gaia and the other T2 carriers are going to be more focused on supporting. And they said when they announced it, they said that they're going to be the most mobile carriers. Toxic and I both went like, mobile capital, you know, the conduit jump is what I think they were referring to. So at least that's what we can see so far. So let's keep on going here. 3 different command bursts. I know some of you are saying like
1% bad.
1% better than nothing. And it specializes in armor and skirmish. The fact you can even get any burst strength info command. And if we're being honest, the information command is the weakest one. So I'm actually glad that it's the one that has 1% and not armor and skirmish. So nice. It can still use the ISA. This is a new change, the integrated sensor array. This is a new change from other carrier pilots. You guys are used to saying NSA. Oh, they took off the 1%? All right, well, we'll have to see then. See, this is why it's all subject to change. That's right. So thank you. Umo, thank you for that. ISA is the little NSA. The little NSA, okay? Can still fit the jumps. These will let you blip your ship forward. Let's check this out. Micro capital jump buoy. Let's take a look at what this do be. In the mid slots, this is a recent change to carriers. We covered this last year.
Dromule.
This was big. You can now fit 2 kinds of jump drives into this. We've got a capital micro jump field and a jump drive. So this one is the jump field generator. The Gaia and the other T2 carriers can fit this too. This spools up and teleports the user and up to 50 non-capital ships with your drones 250 km away. So this is the micro jump field generator. Bushes people, you and 50 people close to you 250 away. Very nice. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. This is the jump field generator. The jump drive bushes just you. Spools up and bushes just the ship. 250, pop it out. So that's what that is. The Gaia can still use those. We like this about the Gaia, so the Gaia can use that too. Can fit 3 command burst modules. That's intriguing. We'll see if that goes, because maybe y'all were saying they took off since they've released this, they've took off the information command burst. Maybe then you want to do like armor skirmish, or like armor skirmish. You could do triple armor.
Man, I am not
just have
winning
all
these.
the armor things. Really, really nice. 200% bonus to command burst area of effect range.
That is the most.
The rest of this down here is actually the same thing that is on the Thanatos. Same thing.
I can't believe I lost all of
with
those.
the Thanatos, we have. Let me actually throw this on there. Let me show you what this looks like. We'll do an armor command burst. Tech 2. The range of this within 95. So with the Gaia, it's going to be something similar. Similar range, might be a little bit more because of the Gaia's stats. We'll figure that out. This is a very long range, very intriguing stuff. So
and that makes up for a lot of it. I mean, as soon as you get a win, it sort of, but that breaks even. Or it doesn't break even, but it reduces the loss down by 40 mil or something, which is good. But it like also is like, come on, Oma Navy issue. I had a run of bad luck today, unfortunately. I thought I was going to win at least 4 of these. Nope, just 1. Lame. BPOs are good, I don't mind. Yeah, that was a half bet, we got it. Wait, 8 hypernos on this. Wait, what? No. Just leave. Okay, so what are we doing here? We are going down to talk to somebody here. Oh yeah, I'm working on putting vertical sources in. Vertical source. Application audio captures and beta audio input capture. Audio output, desktop audio. Oh, here we go. Desktop audio. And display capture. No, not desktop audio, but the mic aux. Yep, mic aux. And yeah. And I have a vertical source now, which I didn't realize what it was. It took me a while to get that, but okay, vertical sources, that's okay. Just trying to improve my thing. And now, apparently on cell phones, let's go surf to my vertical sources. Cool. Let's go surf to my my Twitch and see if this is coming in, but I'll give it a couple minutes here. Source application. Oh, here we go. Desktop audio. Yeah, it's coming through okay. And display capture. No, not desktop audio, but the mic. Vertical sources, vertical scene. And yeah. And I have a vertical source now, which I didn't realize what it was. It took me a while to get that, but okay, vertical sources, that's okay. Just trying to improve my thing. And now, apparently on self. Yeah, go back. Okay, done. Okay, sorry about that. Looks way better. I'm glad I bought this monitor. It just took me a bit of time to get around to using it. Why don't you click this? Reload. This is the first bug I've had in my playthrough. Right here, see it? Bug. Maybe if I quit the game and come back, it'll fix. It'll force an entire reload. Hey, see how we getting this? And I got some loot. Maybe we should start putting salvager. Salvage all these. I think I understand that solo players should be doing defense. It doesn't pay that much, but it stacks up. It does stack up and pays in billions. Okay, I was going to go do my 76 daily and maybe even play it. I might play it for a little while. I haven't played 76 in a little while. What's this? Nope. I just walked 6 miles basically. I don't need to stand. June 2nd, which is cool. There's an update coming to 76. Infestations. Oh, they're making me sign a new 76 EULA, which is weird. Okay. Verifying document acceptance. Okay. Accessibility. Wait, I don't see the... Wait, what? What happened to the login menu? Everything's all weird. I don't see what's going on, man. I didn't even see character select. What the fuck was that? I don't know.
Off the bat, you can already see that this ship is not about killing things. New Brozone is going to be at
Oh, wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's like 50 systems?
as of right now. They literally changed it last week. It is now the only zone in the entire game that has 1.0. Everything else is like 0.9, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.4. It's all 1.0. And they've completely disabled PvP.
Yeah, I'm going to play
You
Exordium.
can't set yourself to yellow or red. You can't enter Exordium if you are suspect or criminal.
Oh, good. Hells yeah.
There are other stipulations we've seen, like, is it on the thing? Let me actually, Edler, you can like keep this in. Let me like pull this up. So, because there were so many little things that make this interesting. So let me like scroll up to see if I could find this.
What are we doing?
We'll talk about that a little bit. Here it is. So, new generation of Capsuleers, you can check it out in even from rookie space. So, oh, the other big thing that I had in my notes that I wanted to talk about is the loot here is less than in other areas of space. The taxes are higher, and the ore is considered T0. Okay, T0. So it's not going to refine for as much. One of the biggest things that we were afraid about when they announced this zone, that we said, hey, you know, they
Gotta do this right.
is they need to make this not something that like end game players can go farm and break things. It needs to be a place that literally the end game players are de-incentivized to go to, unless they want to fly around their fun, you know, Alliance tournament ship and just like show off their Shabash, and make sure to go there in Exordium and have a good time with it. So as someone already died there, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. So that's super intriguing. We now know that there's literally higher taxes and the ore is not as good. You can still make ISK in there if you're a new player, but you're going to have to really get out of there in order to make the real ISK. So, but here,
What can I just move all the ore out?
Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. What do y'all notice about Exordium? You notice there's kind of like one way out. There's
Something
manifest
happened here,
at
I'm gonna read
the
it
at the
off.
front here, and there's this one line that goes all the way to Uli. Okay, let me kind of do this. Get out of the way. Out of the way. Goes all the way to Uli. Uli is now a Concord controlled. This is now a area of space that is going to be the direct get into Exordium spot. One of my first things was
Uli.
like,
I hope they add other ways to get out. Otherwise, there's going to be gate campers there forever.
they've thought of this. There is going to be shipcasters in Exordium that will get players out into random Empire space, and they only work one time. This is it.
Only work
They did
one
it.
time.
That's it. That's all they needed. Now there's not going to be one singular bottleneck. There's still a bottleneck, and obviously there's going to be gate camping there, but it's not going to be nearly as bad. The new players are going to be able to get their feet wet and get into random Empire space. I assume it's based on the Empire epic arc that they're going to do.
Oh, so it is Haven. It's like Haven. You could stay there on a new character if you wanted to, but never mind. This isn't what I wanted.
But it's one-time use. So this means the veterans can't go into Exordium
Oh, no, I
and
see why, I
abuse the
see why.
shipcaster.
Quick,
Right?
quick, quick,
They
quick.
can't keep using it. Because that was my next thought was like,
Well,
well,
if there's a shipcaster, what's stopping like veterans from
I
like,
own 76 on Xbox, and that's my Xbox account. That's kind of cool because I can run 76 all the time. I want to change the game store, please. Yeah. I don't need my Xbox copy of 76, but it's cool that it's there because then I can just start the game over. Like, start over, brand new. I mean, I don't need to do that. I have slots on my main character. I don't know. But yeah. It's cool to have a copy of 76 that doesn't lock me out. That's kind of cool of Steam, in case I wanted to play something else and still play 76. But I mean, I don't think really I need to. 76, I will go back and play on Steam. I was like, what's going on? It's because it put me in Xbox.
like abusing this for like getaway or like using it as like a trade route?
no, it's one time. This is good. They've thought of this. I actually really like this. I'm very excited about this because this is akin to the pre-searing of Ascalon in Guild Wars 1. And I really like how this is going to be set up. When they release Exordium, when they release these new ships, we're going to have guides on all of them, all the stats. Instead of postulating, we're going to have literal stat breakdowns, fits, and activities for them. And yes, we're going to be checking out Exordium and all the new things that Cradle of War, Moo, the Cow expansion has for you. So if you want more of that, make sure you bookmark this playlist right here and sub right here for the best EVE guides. We'll see you in the next video. Thanks very much.
This $200,000 Lego
Exordium, huh? I guess it isn't really what I was looking for, but it's cool that they are doing like a haven. I think that's kind of cool. What happened here? You're a like black screen. You black screened. Try again. You black screened. What are you doing? Did we get this? No, not yet. We will. What are you doing? Oh my god, you are so annoying. Fine, control delete. Task manager, kill this GeForce Now thing because it is glitched. Kill McPitty. Alright, kill. Bring it back. Okay, go back to 76 on Steam. There we are.
scandal is literally one of the craziest things I've ever seen. The Nazi misogyny situation that you might not be aware of is getting even worse. And we've got huge news on Trump's gerrymandering wars. We're talking about all of that on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, so buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it, starting with this. Because we have got to talk about what may be the greatest YouTube conspiracy of the decade. You've got corporate Lego thieves, vigilante YouTubers, legal battles, police raids, even the Mormon church is involved. And it all starts with one of the biggest Lego collections in the entire world. We're to meet the main guy behind this story, Brian Manzel. And Brian says that his dad, he began collecting Star Wars Lego sets in the early 2000s. He's been racking them up for some 20 years until he had a collection worth up to $200,000. But then in November of 2023, with his dad suffering from health complications, Brian decides, hey, it's time to sell the Legos. And so he goes to a franchise Lego store in Salem, Kaiser, Oregon. It's called Bricks and Minifigs, and he signs a consignment agreement with its owner, Crystal Law Gorman. And according to the contract, and this was reviewed by the Salem Business Journal, while Brian would retain full ownership over the Lego sets, Bricks and Minifigs, they'd sell them out of its store, giving Brian 65% of the proceeds. But then here's where it gets complicated, right? Because 1 year later, Gorman was planning to leave the country, so she reached out to Bricks and Minifigs' corporate office. And both sides of that exchange, they have wildly different accounts of what happened next. Corporate's chief executive, Amin McNeff, he claims that Gorman wanted to close the store, but he told her that wasn't an option. She then becomes uncooperative, and he terminates the franchise agreement. And since according to him, Gorman owed corporate some $200,000, that allowed him to seize the store's assets to pay off her debts. But in Gorman's telling of the story, she says she wanted to sell the store, not just close it, but corporate seized it immediately, then threatened her, wouldn't let her conduct an inventory, and then forced her out the same night. And she also disputes that $200,000 debt and argues that corporate used it as a pretext to take the entire store. But either way, for Brian, he says that the issue for him was that all the Lego sets that he legally owned were still lining the store's shelves. And so then with all this, you had Gorman releasing what she claims is video footage from the store in which you can hear her telling a corporate representative about Brian's agreement, and you have the rep replying that the store's new owners will take it over.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that kind of stuff.
So Brian, he then reportedly sends a letter to the store's new owners, canceling the agreement, demanding the money that he was owed, and asking for any unsold Lego sets back. But according to Brian, the new owners denied any knowledge of that agreement, and corporate told him to take it up with Gorman. But of course, he was like, what are you talking about? Gorman doesn't own the store anymore. You guys own it, and you have my Legos. With him also claiming that this is what happened when he argued with the corporate rep about it.
The guy just looks at me, crosses his arms, and goes, let me tell you what's gonna happen. If we go to court, we're going to drag this thing out so long, and you're going to end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten on it, that it ain't worth it, man.
And so that is where YouTuber Ben Schneider, also known as Reckless Ben, comes in. And Ben's known for these investigative projects where he puts on spy glasses and goes into place like the Church of Scientology or McCamey Manor, right, that haunted house attraction accused of abuse that Hulu turned into a documentary. And well, his latest project is actually to get Brian his Legos back. But that turned out to be so much more complicated than he ever could have imagined. And I want to preface here just by saying so much of this story that we have is only through Ben's point of view up to this point. So just keep that in mind. But first, he went to the local Bricks and Minifigs store, but the manager there told him to go to corporate. So then he goes to corporate headquarters, but they tell him to talk to the local store owners. So he then goes back to the store and he tells them what corporate said. But the manager accuses him of harassment, calls the police, and trespassed him for life. And at this point, he wants to talk to the store's owner, Josh Johnson, directly, but he doesn't have the guy's phone number. So he gets a little creative, right? Because in Ben's mind, the Bricks and Minifigs employees were brainwashed, so he decided to create what he called his own Lego cult by brainwashing an employee to join his side. And to pull this off, he had his friend Victor pose as a famous YouTuber who was filming a big video at the store.
My name's Victor. We're going to Bricks and Minifigs. Let's go.
So Victor set up a
Bricks
fake
and
competition, then invited the employee who won it to accept her award.
You're the Lego Queen. Yes, she's the Lego Queen. Lego Queen. Lego Queen. Lego Queen.
Then, after gaining her trust, they asked her about Brian's Legos.
I know some of it. They were gonna reimburse him for everything, and then I think they did.
Oh no, she looks so much like my ex-girlfriend. Oh no! And my ex-girlfriend, like, she's a carbon copy of my ex-girlfriend. Oh my god, she looks so much like her. Not like Cloud, but my ex-H. And these women are insecure. You can trick them into doing anything, pretty much. Just you know, sort of sad. What the hell was that? Oh shit. Damn, it looks good. Looks good in high frames. Go to the National Isolated Array. Wow, that's the best that's ever looked to me. Still looks bad, but it's like at least cool. I want to get a jetpack on this server. I think that'd be cool. Infestations are coming. Yep, dual Tristans and defensive is the way to go. I don't get many people. It's good. This is the way to go. And I just make steady money all the time. And I don't need I don't need Exordium. I can just do faction warfare or whatever. Divert power to the repeater. You can't fast travel, so now I've got to go back to Sea Rose, which is way the fuck up there, but I guess yeah, Overland, we could go past Site Alpha. I guess I'll just go to it. Yeah, I'll just go to it. That's that way, right? Yeah, and honestly, the tent I think is actually a shortcut. Yeah, so fast travel. That was cool. We got a part of a quest on. I would come back when infestations hit, because that might actually be really cool if infestations like add stuff to the game. Uh-oh.
To give the commands to return requires you to have an active target.
Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him.
To give the commands to a drone requires you to have an active target.
This guy's a retribution. I don't know. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Why was this guy that much stronger than me? Nice. Spent a lot of time here. Oh, damn it. Good fight. least I got credit for something. Six hours. Oh, while I'm here, I'm gonna buy fiber or something, carbon fiber. $867 for carbon fiber. Yeah, that's about right. I'm gonna lock up 100 million here buying carbon fiber. I'll just let it sit. Anytime I hear a tip like this. Wait. Now I can use that micro warp drive. I don't know what's been going on. I don't know. Mining Destroyer 5. I'm 5 days away. Cool from flying a perfect. Around July, I will go back and start, well, like midway through June. Midway through June, I'll go back mining and ice mining skiffs. So I can continue to have, like, some kind of income come in besides faction warfare. Oops. Go out to a different system, because I doubt those guys will let me just sit there now that they've figured out I'm there. We were in Ugalis, and I did well in Abenal yesterday, or perhaps no, that's a front line. Frary is a front line, is it? Abenal is a front line as well. Let's go to Frary. Seems to be, or I don't know. I don't really want anybody to fuck with me. Let's go to Renaral. Gotta bind a key here. Hello? Hey. Family dinner today. Okay, we are both headed the same place, I believe. Yes. Yep. Okay. no sound because it changed this. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Why am I dead? Why am I dead? How did I die? Kill report. Galente citizen. What? Okay.
Approaching Stargate.
In a what? In a catalyst? Okay.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I can't see. You will not let me scroll this. Let me orbit. Let me orbit.
Approaching Stargate.
I'm gonna get him back. We'll see.
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot disabled.
Oh no. Well, I'm in Lydiura. Okay. Is Concord gonna show, like, at all? Why?
Approaching Stargate.
Am I about to do this again?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
This game now is like a bad online version of Starfield. It's like the same thing. It's not really the same thing, you don't at all, but same execution.
Autopilot jumping.
I like bad games, what can I say? I can't stop playing Bethesda games.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
There's still parts of this soundtrack that I don't remember. It's crazy. Like this one, I don't remember this part. It's fucking good though.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive approaching active. Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate.
And he's still upset about everything, which I get.
They reimbursed him for everything?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any of his stuff on the shelves.
Really?
Yeah, we don't have any of it.
We think they've been lying to you. So these were all the sets in the store, and they're all metadata timestamped.
Wait, we do have these ones.
Yeah, those are all his.
No, some of them I think we do still have.
Yeah, I know you guys do. You showed me one of them when I asked.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wait. I thought it's called one of you?
Yeah, all I did was...
Oh my god. You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested? How do we
Dang.
get them arrested?
And lastly, she apparently gave him the owner Josh's phone number so they called him up. But he denied having any knowledge of the Legos and argued that the co-assignment contract had nothing to do with him because he wasn't the one who signed it. And so Ben's next move was to take bricks and minifigs to court. But he says that doing it the normal way would have been prohibitively expensive. So instead, he did it the abnormal way, baiting bricks and minifigs into suing him so that the company would cover the upfront cost of going to court. And his method was to create his own business, steal their brand name, and make it seem like he changed the tagline to "We steal from old people." But
is where I'm going to make my grand reveal. You see, this entire time, my company name was actually called We Steal From Old People. Yeah, the words bricks and minifigs, that's just the company tagline. In America...
Oh my god, this psycho.
Warp drive active to Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
There's no specific law that says whether the tagline has to be above or beneath the company name, so I'm just allowed to do this.
So people are just assuming that the name is Bricks and Matrix, but that's really just a tagline of our company, and our company name is actually...
You have too much time on your hands. You have obsessed about something. You have fixated. You are not self-aware. You must touch grass, get life, and stop doing this. Get some Jesus or whatever it takes, but definitely don't do this anymore. And you built mountain up molehills, and you've not produced anything. You've only gone and destroyed what others did. You're nothing.
From old people.
Except Bricks and Minifigs, they don't take the bait. So over the course of this video, he comes up with a number of schemes to try and take this company to court, including creating a lottery to give away some of Brian's Legos, planning to vandalize a store with fake signs and banners, tricking the manager into a contract that says she owes him $5,000.
So then you just bullied them. Now you're just bullying them.
Approaching Stargate.
Now the game looks bad compared to Starfield to me now.
Approaching Stargate.
$1 for each time she called the cops on him, which is 8 times by this point, deep faking a fake apology video of Brian and exploiting a legal loophole by having Brian split the ownership of the Legos 10 different ways so that the store can be taken to a small claims court 10 different times. And actually that last trick is what finally worked. The store seems to do everything in its power to dodge getting served, but once it does, they just don't respond to the lawsuits. And it looks like that results in a bunch of summary judgments, but when they go to collect, the store's been closed down. At which point, Ben claims that this is just the latest scheme by the owners to avoid liability and keep the Legos. And that is where the first video ends. And after all of this, Ben claims that he was swatted by police, and if everything up until now already did not sound like a spy movie, brace yourself, because he posted part 2 on his Patreon where he claims that the police and the Mormon church are essentially colluding with one another to protect each other. And so we bought it to see what he's actually claiming went down here. And again, and I stress this, keep this in mind, that all of this is Ben's presentation of the events. But it begins with him trying to personally sue Josh and Brandon Best, the other owner of that franchise Bricks and Minifigs location. To do that, the court tells Ben that he needs to first demonstrate a good faith effort to resolve the dispute prior to filing. So they first track down Josh at his house, they stake it out, they monitor him before then confronting him. So they go to the corporate office and they say they kind of want to give him one last chance to make everything right, but the employees, they call the cops. Ben and his team leave, they then drive back to Josh's house, except footage shows cops arriving there too. And so suddenly they find themselves stopped by the cops again, and the cops claim that they didn't fully stop at a stop sign, but Ben says that's a complete lie. He even plays footage that he later obtained from the police dash cam that seems to show them coming to a full stop. But also, either way, this interaction, it goes kind of how you think it would by this point. It evolves into talking about the Lego situation before the cops let the group go. And at this point, Ben really starts hammering in this idea that whatever the cops are doing here, it's meant to protect these men. That also does not appear to stop them. Ben then tracks down Brandon next, and Brandon also calls the cops, who hand Ben a trespass notice, but again, let him go. And then this is where the whole Mormon aspect of it apparently comes into play, with Ben saying that he discovers both Josh and Brandon are Mormon, so he ropes in members of their church to talk to them. Right after that, they're stopped by the cops again. And according to Ben, someone reported them for having heroin. With police searching the car for 2 hours, Ben saying he has to undergo multiple drug searches, but ultimately, the cops don't find anything. They are eventually let go, and long story short, their lawsuits are approved, so they go to serve the papers. Except, the cops are called again. twice. And the second time, the cops actually offer to go serve Brandon the papers themselves, but a few minutes later, they bring them back to Ben and they claim they're fake. For Ben, this is really where a lot of the collusion claims start coming together. Because Ben hasn't even moved from his spot, now police start coming up again for a third time and they take the papers from Josh again. With Ben also playing body cam footage that he says he obtained through legal request where you can hear an official telling these cops the papers are legit. But after that call, the cops arrest Ben and according to his team, they didn't give him any reason as to why. And while he's eventually released, he never really dives into the details here. But also, this is where Ben goes all in on another front. He reveals that in an earlier call with Brian alleged that the cops are part of the Mormon community, with Brian saying, quote, they're like a huge clan that takes care of each other. And Ben outright claims that the justice system is actively protecting the bricks and minifigs criminals, as he calls them. So he's at the end of his rope at this point, feeling like the only thing that he has the power to do anymore is just kind of raise the money for Brian directly and wash his hands of it. So he sets up a GoFundMe, and as he is hanging a banner for it at the place where he is staying in Utah, guess who shows up? And it ain't Joseph Smith. Surprise, surprise, it is the cops. They ask one of Ben's team to hand over his phone. He hands it to the officer. And according to Ben in the footage in the video, as that team member goes to lock it, the cops try to snatch it from him before he can. That's also when the officer starts cuffing and arresting that team member. He's then taken away, interrogated, and as the team's waiting to see what happens next, police then descend on the house where they're staying, guns drawn. The cops yelling at Ben, don't move like that, but the footage appears to show Ben standing pretty still when he's grabbed, and Ben here actually claims that his shoulder got dislocated by that whole maneuver. As for how the police were able to enter the house, they obtained a warrant to search for stolen Legos, with Ben noting that at one point previously, Josh has even threatened to accuse him of this. And since this is his second arrest, the cops request that Ben be held without bail until days later, a judge dismisses that request. But then as soon as he's released, he realizes that there's another warrant out for his arrest and he's been listed as a physical threat to Josh. And so I kid you not, this guy ends the video by saying that he's fled to Mexico so the Utah police cannot get him because otherwise he could face up to 5 years behind bars. So after all of that crazy, this is where we are right now. You have a lot of online outrage over this whole thing. Bricks and Minifigs responded by saying this is all a complex business dispute reduced to edited social media clips, claiming Bricks and Minifigs was not a party to the unauthorized Salem consignment agreement. You got Ben promising a part 3. So while we wait to see what happens next, I have to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Thoughts, opinions, reactions, takes, any and all? I would love to hear from you in those comments down below. Because what the actual hell? And then there's more we gotta dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, you know, it is wild that one of the most important accounts in your life is probably the one that you think about the least, your email. Because your inbox is basically the master key to your digital life. Password resets, receipts, travel plans, work conversations, documents. If someone gets into your email, they're not just reading messages, they are getting them mad. And that's why today's sponsor, Proton Mail, makes so much sense to me. Proton Mail is a free email service built around privacy and security from the start. With zero access encryption, your emails are protected in a way that means that even Proton can't read them. So your inbox isn't being scanned to build an ad profile on you, and you're not getting quietly tracked every time you open an email. Plus, Proton Mail blocks trackers by default, helps protect against phishing, and keeps your email experience cleaner and more secure. You can keep your inbox manageable too with automatic organization, one-click unsubscribing tools to push unwanted emails out of the way. Also, switch it. It's just so easy. Import your old emails, forward messages from Gmail, or just start fresh with a new email address. If you want your inbox to stop feeling like someone else's data mine, get Proton Mail for free. Just go to proton.me/PhilipDeFranco or scan the QR code. That's proton.me/PhilipDeFranco to get started today. But then, diving right back into the news, we've been seeing more and more talk around kind of the blatant disrespect and even hatred for women that's been making its way into the kind of worst corners of society and fueling violence. And actually, one of the most recent examples that's being talked about the most that's popped up in the news is last week's attack on a California mosque. Because if you don't remember, on May 18th, 2 teenagers killed 3 people and then themselves at the Islamic Center of San Diego. And after the attack, a 75-page manifesto came out showing that the attacker's motive was firmly rooted in far-right neo-Nazi thinking. But also, there was a significant chunk of that manifesto that was dedicated to ranting against women, or describing them as the, quote, #1 enemy after Jews. And with that, if you're thinking, wow, Phil, neo-Nazis, hating women, groundbreaking stuff, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be wrong. But this type of misogyny is becoming an essential component for far-right extremism in ways that are kind of, all things considered, pretty new. Or with Heidi Byrich, the co-founder of the Global Project Against Hate and Extremism, saying, he just flat out says he hates women and that they're the devil and they're destroying everything, and this is an important thing because that kind of misogyny did not exist in white supremacist circles, say, 10, 15 years ago. But some experts even drawing parallels between misogyny and anti-Semitism, with that including Alex DeBranco, the executive director and co-founder of the Institute for Research on Male Supremacism, saying that the same way that anti-Semitism is the foundation for white nationalist thinking and it's often rooted in conspiracy theories, misogyny has taken a similar role. And adding, we've seen similar kinds of conspiratorial thinking about women pulling the strings behind the scenes as well. DeBranco even helped develop the framework to study this train of thought, calling them anti-feminist conspiracies. With another example being the neo-Nazi attack in Norway back in 2011, where 77 people people, including dozens of teenagers, were killed at a summer camp. And the guy who did it left behind a bunch of writings outlining his reasoning, with the Bronco saying. That manifesto was very clear as well about the fact that he saw feminism and women responsible for the feminization of the West and of Europe. They were responsible for what he views as a Muslim invasion. And adding he adhered to another conspiracy theory called cultural Marxism. He talked about anti-political correctness, and all of those things he actually rooted with the idea of feminism of Western women as the key problem. Right? It's the idea of cultural degeneracy, which researchers say has long been connected to femininity and the excessive expression of femininity. Specifically attributing it to the Nazis, with the Bronco saying white supremacists, quote, feel like they had a system in which cisgender white men were supreme and had unshaken dominance. And now these other forces, what they call cultural degeneracy, are undermining that control that they felt they had a right to. And that idea found its way to those who are willing to commit violence, with Heidi Beirich saying, it has completely infected the white supremacist realm. Misogyny is as important, I would argue, as racism or neo-Nazism now to people that traffic in these kinds of ideas and live in these cultures. But one of the problems that these experts are pointing out here about the scholarship and the news coverage of this connection is just it's not keeping up with how fast this problem is spreading. And making it scarier is that far-right terrorism in general is getting kind of the blind eye from our federal government at the moment. Right, just this month, the White House released the 2026 United States Counterterrorism Strategy document, which outlined their plans and priorities for protecting the homeland and did highlight narco-terrorists, Islamist terrorists, and violent left-wing extremists. But nowhere does it say anything about far-right, neo-Nazi, or white supremacist threats. With Colin Clark, the executive director of a global security nonprofit, saying, far-right terrorism is alive and well, but you wouldn't know it from reading this document, saying this is an unserious document written by unserious people about a deadly serious subject. And later adding, it's quite dangerous. It makes the country less safe because it shows you what this administration is focused on and what it's not focused on, where we're going to dedicate resources and where we're not going to dedicate resources. Right, but then next up from that, we've got to talk about a bunch of major developments in the redistricting arms race that was set off by the Supreme Court last month. Because as you know, the Supreme Court gutted the remainder of the Voting Rights Act, made it much easier for red states to eliminate congressional districts where minorities make up a majority of the population. And it set off this insane, chaotic scramble in southern state legislatures to quickly pass new maps gerrymandered to benefit Republicans. While a number of states have already succeeded, the effort in South Carolina was effectively shut down yesterday, at least for now. Because last week, after facing pressure from Donald Trump, the South Carolina House passed a new map that would eliminate the only majority black seat in the state, which is then especially wild because nearly a quarter of the population of that state is black. But then yesterday, the Senate defied Trump and adjourned without taking up the map. Though I will say, before you say, hey, attaboy, you give him a pat on the back, you should know that they didn't reject the map because it diluted black votes. It was that they shut it down because in-person early voting for the state's June 9th primary officially kicked off yesterday. So if they passed that new map, they'd need to set entirely new elections and cancel the votes of tens of thousands of people who had already cast their ballots. And according to reports, nearly 45,000 votes had already been cast by 3 p.m. yesterday. So understand, it's basically guaranteed that Republicans are going to try to pass another map after the midterms. And in fact, with South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster basically saying the quiet part out loud on Twitter, writing, President Trump needs a Republican Congress to continue pursuing conservative policies that make our nation stronger. And adding, I am confident that one day South Carolina's congressional delegation will be completely Republican, while adding that he was disappointed that day has not yet come. But with all that, it'll be interesting if the Republicans there are spared from Trump. Because remember, after 7 Republican state senators in Indiana refused his redistricting push, Trump exacted his revenge by targeting them, backing MAGA-aligned primary opponents who successfully ousted 5 of them earlier this month. So it is very possible that we see the same thing happen in South Carolina Senate, where all members are up for election in 2028. But also, South Carolina wasn't the only state where Republicans faced a major setback yesterday. You also had a federal court striking down a gerrymandered map in Alabama that had been at the center of a lengthy and complicated legal battle for years now. Because back in 2023, a Supreme Court blocked a Republican-drawn congressional map that only included 1 majority black district, despite the fact that nearly a third of the state is black. But then the Republicans in the Alabama state legislature actively defied the Supreme Court and drew another map that only included 1 majority black district instead of 2. And so a federal court shot down the second version and ordered a special master to draw maps for 2024, which took effect after the Supreme Court declined to pause the lower court's order. But then after the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act, you had Alabama again asking the justices to let them use a second map. And this time, the justices cleared a path by sending the case back to the federal court. But yesterday, that federal panel, which notably included 2 Trump-appointed judges, struck down the map again, with the judges ruling that the map intentionally discriminated based on race in violation of the Constitution. And that ruling is actually incredibly significant because it's likely going to be at the center of other challenges to the new wave of gerrymandered maps nationwide. Because for nearly 4 decades, courts could use the Voting Rights Act to strike down maps that weaken minority voting power. And that was even when they didn't have proof that the maps were intentionally drawn to be discriminatory. But in that decision last month, the Supreme Court ruled that challengers now need to show the state intentionally
my shit broke. I forgot what I was doing in
against
there.
minority voters. It's a much higher bar. But again, it's not over. You had Alabama's Republican AG immediately saying he would appeal the decision to the Supreme Court, and if it agrees to take the case, it will be the first major test of their new standard. And it's really going to matter because over in Florida, we saw a court ruling going the exact opposite way. Right, Florida was one of the first states to impose new maps after the Supreme Court ruling, with Governor Ron DeSantis signing a version that could give Republicans as many as 4 more seats, with voting and civil rights groups challenging the map on a different front, arguing that it violated a state ban on partisan gerrymandering that was approved by nearly 63% of Florida voters in 2010. Yesterday, a DeSantis-appointed judge refused to block the maps from taking effect, ruling that the groups had failed to prove that their case would succeed because they didn't have direct evidence of illegal intent. And so the maps, they're going to stay in place while the case plays out, and it's expected to go all the way up to the Florida Supreme Court, with 6 of the 7 justices there also being appointed by DeSantis. So the chances of it getting struck down, not great. But of course, anything can happen, and both good and bad. And then there's more we're going to dive into in just a minute, but first let me take a second to thank a sponsor, because Iran's supreme leader just warned that US military bases will, quote, no longer have safe haven in the region. And depending on where you read that story, the framing gets very different. I mean, real fast. Some outlets, they focus on the military threat, others on US strikes, others on ceasefire talks, and suddenly you're piecing together geopolitics like it's a murder board. And that's why today's sponsor, Ground News, has become a part of our research process. Ground News doesn't tell you what to think. It shows you how different outlets are covering the same story across the political spectrum. Compare headlines, coverage angles, source ownership, and factuality ratings all in one place. One feature I love is the blind spot feed, which flags stories heavily covered by one side that the other side's barely touching. And yeah, sometimes those gaps, they're kind of wild. And the Vantage plan, the one that I use, it gives you deeper bias insights, ownership data, factuality breakdowns, and my news bias, which basically audits your own media diet. It ends up being pretty useful, kind of fascinating, slightly rude, and the way that, good data can be. So if you care about being informed without getting trapped in an ideological bubble or just seeing where other people are getting their information, check it out. Or go to ground.news/DeFranco or scan that QR code to get 40% off unlimited access to the Vantage plan. But then, diving right back into more news you should know today, remember that viral doorbell intruder? It was one of the weirdest and creepiest doorbell videos I've ever seen.
Open this door. Where's your daughter, man? Where's your daughter, man?
What are you talking about?
Where's your daughter? Who's in there with you?
Bro, if you don't leave...
Door. Open this door, I'm breaking it down. My name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker.
You are fucking retarded.
Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the fucking door now, or I will fucking end you.
Yeah, people are getting crazy. People are getting fucking crazy. See, this is what I think the world's gonna descend into if we continue to allow poverty to rule us. This guy did not get the attention he needed when he was young.
While he may have had a trench coat and kind of a general vibe of interrogation like a detective, his real name is Jason Nichols. And as he was arguing with the homeowner over the ring cam, the homeowner's pregnant wife and 5-year-old kid were hiding in the garage. From there, things went from bad to worse when Nichols was actually able to break into the house through a side door. Luckily, the homeowner got back to the house and confronted him before he was able to get to the garage. And after an off-camera altercation that left both of them with head injuries, it seems like the homeowner started to think that Nichols was maybe in some kind of mental health crisis.
Are you military?
Yes.
Okay. Can you help me out? Okay.
Yes.
I understand what you're going through right now.
Yes.
Can you step outside?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Will. Thank you for asking.
He's gonna hit him with a fucking
There's something
shovel.
going on this street, bro.
Bro, everything's fine. Please step outside.
Right, so Nichols finally walked out of the house right as the police were arriving, which is also when he was arrested and charged with 4 felonies. First-degree burglary, assault with a deadly weapon, criminal threats with intent to terrorize, and vandalism. Bail was set at $250K, and he also ended up being charged for annoying or molesting a child in a separate incident during this whole process as well. And eventually, his defense raised concerns about his mental health, which led to a psychiatric evaluation where he was found incompetent to stand trial. But notably, reports say that the deputy district attorney opposed that finding, so there's actually a formal competency trial scheduled for July. So at least for now, that leaves Nichols behind bars. If he's found incompetent in that trial, he's likely going to be committed to a state mental health facility as opposed to facing prison time in a normal criminal trial, but we'll have to wait to see. Then in other news we predicted, because we have eyes and ears, MAGA-backed Ken Paxton just beat out Texas Senator John Cornyn with the biggest primary defeat for a sitting U.S. senator in almost 50 years. And while you have reports saying, this is another notch in Trump's belt that shows the chokehold that he has over the GOP, it could also land them in some kind of murky waters for the midterms. Because even though Texas is Texas, right, it's very conservative. Paxton generally, and also according according to the polling, has been seen as the weaker of the two candidates going into a general election, so this risks the Republicans' control of the Senate. But as we've talked about, Paxton's had to get past some scandals to secure this win, including scandals that were just inside of the Republican Party, not just generally. While things were shaky for him in the beginning, as he started to gain more and more traction, take the lead, Trump's endorsement in the 9th hour, it just kind of pushed him ahead. There was no question. And so now the question is, can James Tallarico beat him in November? With Republicans in Washington saying that it's going to be up to Trump's well-funded political machine to make it all happen. Also, notably in the meantime, while you have the White House and Trump kind of once again sitting back, counting up all the Republicans that he's been able to take down since the primaries started, that play is potentially risky, not just for the general, but because Trump is already facing some pushback with that whole ballroom and anti-weaponization fund. And one of the things that we've seen since he ousted Bill Cassidy, right, who voted to convict him on impeachment charges back in 2021, he has not been voting in Trump's favor. And if Cornyn, he starts doing the same thing, Trump could have a hard time in the Senate for the next several months. Also separate from the Republicans, we then have to talk about another incumbent that got unseated, and that's because Christian Menefee beat out Al Green in their House runoff for Houston's 18th district, ending Green's 20-plus year run in Congress. While in party, he's gotten hit for accepting campaign money from a crypto super PAC, he's going to be running up against Republican nominee Ronald Whitfield in November, making him one of the latest Democrats fighting to win back the House after the redistricting wars started. But then, for the final thing you should know about today, the Trump administration just proposed a government-wide non-disclosure agreement that would keep federal employees from sharing any, quote, confidential government information with the media. The draft notice was published by the Office of Personnel Management and is going to stay open for the next month for public comment. So far, the feedback is that the definition of confidential, it's pretty wide here, right? The draft says that government employees would be blocked from sharing what it says are non-public, confidential, or proprietary information and, quote, any sensitive pre-decisional or deliberative material that is not currently publicly available and should not be disclosed under applicable law. To justify all this, they cited some high-profile media leaks, saying information about the U.S. raid in Venezuela got to the New York Times and the Washington Post, putting the lives of those military officials in danger. And with that type of risk, we had the OPM director saying, in much of the private sector, employees handling sensitive business or customer information are routinely required to sign confidentiality agreements, and the federal government should not be held to a lower standard. Now, agencies, though, apparently have the choice to opt in or out of implementing the NDAs, and signing it is voluntary for individual employees. By voluntary, they mean if you don't sign it, you probably are going to get removed from federal service. So that's why you're seeing a fair share of people saying that these would leave the public in the dark about how the government works, preventing the kind of informed debate that is critical to democratic accountability. Warning that the government can't shroud itself in secrecy in a democracy. And to speak to that worry a little bit, that the NDAs would apparently have some protections for whistleblowers, it doesn't seem like they'll stretch to federal contractors who have been some of the most notable whistleblowers that we've had. So legal experts are worried that they'll just be gag orders for federal employees, saying the administration is going to have to narrowly define what would be restricted in order not to overly limit speech. And even then, they're saying even if the NDA doesn't impose new restrictions on its face, it could still chill protected speech if employees are led to believe they can't discuss anything related to their work. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of your Wednesday Philip DeFranco show. But if you're not 100% filled in and or you need kind of just a cathartic release, that's gonna sound weird, I'd recommend the other big video I released today, and that is the brand new episode of Crashing Out. We dove into the Hassan Piker problem and a lot more, but no matter what you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love you faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
We can't say things like he's the canary in the coal mine, and then 2 weeks later, subpoenas drop.
No, we're not calling things into existence. We're seeing what's coming.
The Secretary of Health and Human Services is currently acting as a mercenary snake handler.
The entire time, it sounds like his wife's like, Bobby, stop it, stop it.
So if I get decapitated, just know that it's because I got too close to the truth.
Touch grass, dig into some dirt, escape a little bit.
The former head of the CDC said that he thinks he is troubled by the potential for a pandemic in the region of Ebola, and that I'm seeing increasingly reports that like the early warning system, where resources are thrown in, failed because of those cuts.
Yes. Okay. So let's talk about it. So basically around April 25th, April 24th, April 25th, somebody went into a rural hospital in the Saitori province of the DRC. They had fevers and basically they had Ebola, right? So what does Ebola look like? As you know, I was an Ebola doctor for the WHO in Sierra Leone and Freetown during the height of the pandemic, and that was the epicenter of the pandemic as well in Freetown. And so you basically have profound fevers and fatigue, red eyes, and then hopefully you try to prevent the onset of bleeding or hemorrhaging. But there's a lot of GI distress, vomiting, and diarrhea. So essentially what happened was the they tested for all the things, malaria and typhoid and cholera. And when they went to go test for Ebola, they had the wrong primer, right? Because they were testing for the Zaire. It's the Zaire strain is the one that is the common strain that we see all the time, right? That's the one that's got the vaccine. That's the one that we're able to kind of manage really well because we've seen all these outbreaks. But what they didn't realize was that they had a new virus. It's a new species. It's not new. We've known about it. It's called the Bungju strain of this Ebola, but they didn't have the right primer for it at the time. So they had to send it to Kinshasa, but it took weeks for it to get there. And when that sample got there, it had the cold chain had broken down. It took a long time for them to be able to identify that this virus was the Ebola virus. And so by the time that they had got that information, it was like May 15th. And just to give you an idea, by April 25th, to May 15th, we're talking about almost 3 weeks. And this is a virus that, if people don't realize that it's Ebola, transmits very, very rapidly. And where we're at is somewhere like 600 cases with about 125 deaths. So this is a virus that has anywhere between a 25 to 40% mortality rate. So it's very, very dangerous. And I suspect that we are going to see this get worse. And one of the indications of this was that the WHO designated this a public health emergency of international concern. That usually takes weeks for them to do that. They did it overnight from the 15th to the 16th. And so that's the area that we're in right now, which is very concerning. All of this very, very likely could have been prevented had those monies been in place. But all that expertise that was in these areas, the people who had the experience of being there, who worked there, the clinics, the nurses, the doctors who worked there, once that money got pulled, think about it, $1.4 billion down to $20 million, they're going to have to make cuts. And those cuts essentially occurred at the level of the village. And those villages basically acted like fire alarms, right? So had they had everything in place, it's very likely that we wouldn't be seeing this outbreak.
And those things in place would have been somebody who was better trained at getting that blood sample.
Just trained.
Yes. Or trained. They would have had better cold custody, as you say, where you're actually maintaining the sample in the proper way so that it gets there and they don't have to resend another sample, et cetera, et cetera. And maybe people were just more adept at, like, there's a possibility this could be a different strain. I mean, there's like probably a dozen different things that might have changed the speed in which we were informed, that everybody was aware of what they were dealing with, and probably a dozen of them were taken away. So, you take away 100% of the funding, all of those backstops essentially are gone.
Right, and when you look at the kind of the America First approach that this administration is using, they would rather than put the money into preventative things, into things that we know that works. When good public health policy and fiscal policy is working, you don't really see the outcomes, right? The outcomes are negative, right? That's one of the hard things about public health, is that if we're doing our job, you're not really seeing anything. And this is why people who, when they start making decisions, like the first thing that they did was they went after USAID, because they couldn't really see the benefits. But now that you cut those monies, this is a very, very good example of what happens as a result of these cuts. And kind of boomeranging back to the Medicaid cuts is that this gives you a very good idea. This is about as illustrative an example as you can get as to what happens if when cuts come down the line. We saw these very profound cuts that happened with USAID, with PEPFAR. We are going to pay the price. We are going to see deaths accumulate. 8 deaths. What was her name? Jillian Michaels? Is that her name? I can't even remember. Like, as I was telling you off air, a friend sent me the link and told me to watch it because it may come up. And 40 minutes was the most I could get through it, and I was like, kind of gouging.
That's yeoman's work.
It was, as I said, it was an expert kind of master class in how to tell somebody. You were telling her she's dumb over and over again, and she just wasn't seeing it, and she was the dumb one. The things that she was saying, it was just for somebody like myself who's a public health expert who does this all the time. How can you be so wrong? How can you be so off? And the only thing that you could just say is that they're in a cult, they're brainwashed, they will never see the truth. I mean, to see that a scientific journal like The Lancet, who has these expertise in doing this modeling, and that modeling is predicting 14 million deaths, and you just want to do this, this and this, and just not want to see what the results are going to be. Okay, that's fine. That's on you. But don't get in our way when we're trying to actually get the word out there to try to get this, to make people aware. And I'll just say, Sam, this is boomeranging back here. We are going to see what is happening with Ebola, and to a very, very smaller degree, Hunter, but what's happening with Ebola right now. And also, we didn't even talk about the fact that there's a World Cup coming to the U.S. as well. So that's a large group of people coming into one place as well, coming from the rest of the world. So, hey, we got the World Cup as well. So that's just something to think about, where the whole world is going to be descending into the U.S. But the Medicaid cuts that are going to be coming after in 2026, 2027, that are projected to be almost $1 trillion over 10 years, we are going to be suffering with very similar pain that we're seeing abroad. We are going to see that here. And I'm just imploring my healthcare colleagues to start thinking about it and to be ready for it.
I want to talk about that a little bit more, the Medicaid cuts. But before we move on, what do you think? How much of a danger is Ebola or the hantavirus, for that matter, just for the sake of my daughter who gets a little concerned about these things, in this country? Obviously very hard to predict, but
so Hunta is low. I mean, when we were on this time last year, when we were talking about when Gene Hackman's wife died, right? Remember, she had died of Hunta. That is the C-nominate virus. We talked about how that was on the Navajo reservation when I did my payback to the public health service, that I'd seen several cases of the C-nominate virus. That's associated with inhaling rodent droppings, urine, sweat, saliva, that sort of stuff. You're sweeping out an old barn. Right. You're aerosolizing the droppings. You inhale it. In the C-nominate virus, that's a dead end host. So there's no other way of phrasing it. That's a dead end host. Then that goes on to have either a pulmonary syndrome, Hunta cardiopulmonary syndrome, or the hemorrhagic syndrome. That has like a 30 to 40 to 50% mortality rate, very, very quite high. But that's here in the U.S. What we saw on the that Dutch cruise was a respiratory version of the so-called Andes virus. This is the first time that we've really seen this. There was an article in the New England Journal that did document in 2019. The article came out, but it was reflecting something that happened in the 90s about a super spreading event in which one person was able to basically transmit it to about 34 people over 4 generations. That is a very, very rare thing. I think the hantavirus thing is over. Quite frankly, they're going to have the 42 days at the end of the month. The people that got sent to Nebraska, the people that got sent to Emory, I think they're going to be able to walk out. But I will say about Hunta before we move to Ebola is that one of the things that they did do was something that they eroded trust. And trust is the only thing that we have in public health. That is our currency. If I come to you and I say you need to be vaccinated for measles, or you need to be vaccinated for COVID, which I have done on this show multiple times for COVID or influenza or whatever, people are going to look at me. You're a doctor, you're an infectious disease doctor, you're a public health practitioner. I trust what you're saying. I'm going to go get this vaccine. A lot of what they have done is that they have eroded that trust, that currency that we own. They have eroded that, right? And one of the things that they did with this was a third of the CDC staff got fired. They got doged right away. Of those people who got doged were the experts who work on cruise ships. They are the CDC workers. So one of the reasons why we still don't really have a good story, the story's a little, I still don't know. Was the Index case, did he get picked up in Argentina or was that an excursion? There are still details that we don't know, but a large part of it was because the staff at the CDC who would have responded to that were doged, okay? And so what happened was we had about 12 to 13 Americans flew on a commercial airline after they left the MV Hondias, right? They just came back to the U.S. and now they're isolating at home in various states, Texas, I think California, Oregon, I think maybe New York. I forget. They're scattered. Some of the Americans got sent home to their homes. They flew on commercial airlines and they got sent to their homes, where the other half of them got they got Lear jets, special medical Lear jets, and they got sent to those biocontainment centers. And an American is going to look at that. They're like, well, why is one person doing this and another person is doing that? They were both exposed the same way, but that's the way that they break down trust. And so I'm just using that as an example. But the Ebola thing, I still think that the risk is low for it to come to the U.S. or whatever, but it's not zero, and we are having the World Cup now. I would imagine, given this administration, they're going to probably, if not they've already done it already, they're going to close the borders to anybody coming from the DRC or Uganda or South Sudan or wherever. That's mostly public health theater. That doesn't necessarily work, but I will say this. There was a 21-day-ish lag in diagnosis, and as a result of that is particularly problematic. And I think that there's a bunch of public health, global health people like myself who are definitely holding our breath, and just to see, what's going to happen.
Because this thing works exponentially. You're basically, it's a race against time, because if you keep, it's just containment, right? I mean, it's like almost like you spill a glass of something on your counter, and if it gets to the edge of the counter, it's going to start to spread all over the place. So you want to get that very quickly, and that's basically what's going on.
100%.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Popstar Britney Spears has voluntarily checked herself. Britney Spears is in rehab, getting help in her battle against drugs and alcohol. Voluntarily checked into a rehab treatment facility.
Those are real news headlines, real quotes, real language published by real outlets in the last 2 months. So when you're seeing that kind of coverage, I want you to ask yourself one question. Are you getting news, or are you being manipulated by a script that was written 30 years ago? Urged her to seek help, hit rock bottom, first step in a long overdue change, loved ones stepping in, sons staging an intervention. Listen to that language. It's all based on concern and help and stepping in and rock bottom and intervening, long overdue. But doesn't that feel familiar? Because it definitely should. These words do not appear by accident. It's not like magically written on a page. A bunch of journalists or actors reading scripts did not all independently reach the same emotional conclusion about a woman they have never met and then all magically use the exact same words. That is impossible and not how it works. This language is arriving to you on purpose, prepackaged. It's consistent, and it's also emotionally manipulative. It's way too specific to have happened by chance. So for the past 6 years or so, I've been studying 25, really up to about 30 years of Britney Spears media coverage. Every headline I could put my eyes on, every source close to Britney, every story that said it was about helping her and concern for her safety and her health and her life. And what I found is bad reporting, but it isn't only that. It's very meticulous and carefully crafted media, and it's a narrative. It is public relations. It returns again and again to the exact same vocabulary. The same anonymous sources are cited, the same emotional arc, and ultimately the same conclusion. Concern turns to Britney is unstable and erratic, she needs an intervention, and ultimately help. Concern, instability, intervention, help. Forever, over and over, across decades now, the headlines arrive prepackaged with the same words in the same order. And for a long time, pretty much nobody questioned it, because by the time those headlines show up in your newsfeed, for example, you had already been trained to accept them. The script, quite literally, the script was already written, and it has been for decades. Do not send any hate or honestly comments of any kind to anyone mentioned in this video on behalf of me or yourself. The purpose of this video is to give my commentary and opinion on matters of public concern. Thank you. So I know I make a lot of Britney Spears content, and I've made a lot of Britney Spears content, but this one is going to be a little bit different, because here we're going to walk through about 25 years of Britney Spears media coverage, from her teenage debut to the headlines that you saw just a couple weeks ago. And I want to show you exactly how the same concern vocabulary has been used to turn what's actually control and disguise it as compassion. By the end of this video, what I'm hoping is you're never going to read another concerned about a celebrity headline the same way ever again. Because this is a video about
I've been
Britney
struggling with
Spears,
this.
but if you watch it, you will definitely learn to see that this is how they treat a lot of celebrities who are similarly situated. This is a playbook, okay? It gets used any time a public figure is declared unstable, in crisis, or finally getting help. And what you'll also notice is a lot of times there are conflicts of interest, including cha-ching, money. So we're going to get into a time.
Sometimes they're actually in
all the way
crisis.
back to the late 90s. But before we do that, I want to show you specifically how the language works. First of all, just look at these words. They're going to keep repeating. Unstable, erratic, out of control, spiraling, concerning, meltdown, breakdown. You're going to see words like, quote, those around her are worried. Those around her are concerned. Friends are in fear. Friends fear. People close to her. Sources close to her say. I mean, boom flash, Chloe Malos. There's no need to free Britney Spears, say sources close to the singer. I mean, this is not only over and over is it used, but it's used in the headlines. You're gonna see words like and phrases like, she needs help. She's finally getting help. Hopefully this is the first step. These words are not neutral. You have to be aware of that. The words are doing something to you. Each word performs a specific psychological function on the audience, on you. First, you're positioned as a mere witness. You're told that unnamed insiders who know more than you are seeing something concerning. You're not given facts that you can verify, or even sources who you can vet. You're given a feeling to hold on to, and it's an uncomfortable one. The next step in this process, you're moved from witness to participant, whether you like it or not. You've seen enough of these stories that you start to care. Oh, what's going on with Britney? You're following the arc, you're following the story, and you're invested in what happens next. And before you realize it, you've become something the media never had to explicitly ask you to be, a co-signer. You become someone who's been quietly prepared meticulously through months or years of concern stories, help stories, to accept whatever comes next and whatever happens next to Britney Spears. Whatever the intervention, whatever the restriction, whatever the control, because by the time the intervention or the help arrives, you already believe it's necessary. And sometimes that Britney's even okay with it. This is a building block architecture structure. It's been built around Britney Spears from the moment she appeared on television. We'll say, let's start at 16 years old, but this goes way back. There were adults on national television debating whether Britney was a wholesome role model or a dangerous influence. They weren't talking about her music, although some were, but that's not what I'm talking about today. We're not talking about her talent. All the way back in the 90s, these news broadcasters were talking about whether Britney was in control or if someone else was pulling the strings. This was 1999. Britney was about 17. And that's when the frame was already being built. From here on, I'm going to show you the pattern that repeats. Step 1, Britney moves outside the approved image. She starts doing something the handlers don't like. Step 2, the concern vocabulary starts to poke its head up. Step 3, the sources start to speak. Who are the sources? We often never know. 4th step, the public, that's you and me,
I like
is
this lady,
groomed
BJ
and
investigates,
prepared to start accepting something heinous and sinister. Step 5, control is recast as care and concern and compassion and help, but it's just control the whole time. The 6th step is the one that I find the most concerning of all, and that's where they remove Britney Spears from public life. Where's Britney? People will start to ask. And step 7, the public is let in on what's going on and eventually accepts it. Again and again and again since Britney was a teenager. So like I said earlier, this story actually starts when Britney was about 3 years old. She was featured in local pageants and dance recitals and talent shows, and often she was thrust into the local and even the national media as a very young child.
Everybody in the audience was just like, oh my God, she's, you know, so little but such a big voice.
If you're and her voice was so much more mature than the other children her age.
Then she started to gain a higher profile on the wildly successful Mickey Mouse Clubhouse show in the early 1990s. She was on that show with like Justin Timberlake and a couple other insane people and stuff, like a bunch of child stars.
Dale.
Jennifer, Justin, Carrie,
JC.
Brittany,
Josh.
Approaching Stargate.
Ilana,
Ricky.
Tool.
Christina,
Mark.
Dork.
Nita, Ryan,
Matt.
Nikki,
Tony.
Lindsay, Tay.
You need
Anyway,
this many
if I
people.
started all the way back,
That's so many people.
Autopilot jumping.
then she started to gain a higher profile on the wildly successful Mickey Mouse Clubhouse show in the early 1990s. She was on that show with like Justin Timberlake and a couple other insane people and stuff, like a bunch of child stars.
Dale.
Jennifer, Justin, Carrie,
JC.
Brittany,
Josh.
Rona, TJ, Ilana,
Ricky.
Christina,
Mark.
Nita,
Christina, oh my God, it's Christina Aguilera.
Ryan,
Matt.
Nikki,
Tony.
The last names are too hard to say.
Anyway, if I started all the way back in the 90s or even earlier when Britney was born, we would be here for about 6 hours. So I'm going to save that part of the story for another day. Today we're going to start the story from when Britney was around 16 years old. This is the beginning of her solo pop star era. From the first moment Britney Spears appeared on the scene, the media wanted to put her in a categorization situation. They want to categorize her. She was never allowed to just be like a girl that was growing up, chasing her dreams. She was always categorized as an icon or an archetype. The media has never allowed Britney Spears to just be a musician or an artist. She always was framed as like a question in and of herself, or a provocation, or a thing to be assessed and judged harshly. The questions that would circulate are like, is she innocent? Is she not? Is she a girl or is she a woman? Is she in control of what she's presenting, or is she a literal slave for someone else who's pulling the strings? And what I am realizing now, kind of in retrospect, is the questions were kind of never really about Britney Jean Spears, the human being. It was always about this representation of what the media needed her to be. From the beginning, Britney existed inside this 1 and 0 binary, but it was all built and maintained by the media. And of course, the media doesn't act on its own. There's PR people behind all of this, which is now common knowledge in 2026.
I mean, you can't do anything without somebody noticing, which can be very difficult at times. Have you ever read anything that's been completely true? Because I know when things come out sometimes about me, I go, I didn't say that. Or, I didn't do that.
There's a bunch of things out there that are just very
absurd, and you're like, you know, but there are some things that are
Some
true.
things
Some
that are
things
true.
are true, but some things aren't.
But you got to get to a point where you say, there's nothing I can do about it, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
you just
how do
go
you
with
control
it.
it? You can't control
You can't
it.
control it. You just have to go with it and, you know, be yourself.
Yeah.
That's how you can.
But there was always this dichotomy with Britney. A virgin or a beep, you know, the dichotomy. Innocent or corrupting the children. Authentic, girl from Louisiana, or contrived and built by the industry. She's always put up with these stark and strong dichotomies.
Drive
But here
active.
is what nobody really talked about at the time or even
Drive
still to this
active.
day. It means that no matter what Britney does, no matter what she wears, who she dates, whatever she said in interviews, however she danced, whatever her songs were, the media already had a pre-existing frame set up, waiting to receive whatever Britney did.
After finally finding true love, nothing could get Britney down. Nothing except a knee injury.
She actually had to get surgery on the knee and physical therapy and everything, and they had to cancel the whole tour. This was...
Then there were all these pictures of her like gallivanting around town.
In May 2004, word broke that Britney's latest body art was, well, just gibberish.
Now, Britney supposedly is a big follower of this whole Kabbalah thing, and being a big follower, she showed her dedication. She got the tattoo.
Britney has 3 Hebrew letters tattooed on the back of her neck. She told everyone that it meant a new era.
The funny part about it, if it's...
Yeah, what is that?
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
The rust wipe's coming up. It's good.
Symbols are flipped around, now it's meaningless.
As into Kabbalah as she is, she got the messed up Kabbalah tattoo. It's almost as if she's not totally sincere about her practice of Kabbalah.
She wasn't being covered, she was being handled and managed, and so were we. This is kind of my thesis for everything else that's going to follow. The media did not simply report on Britney Spears, and certainly not accurately or fairly. Over 25 years, across hundreds, maybe thousands of outlets, millions of headlines, and countless anonymous sources, the media has built a public case. A case for how you have to see Britney Spears, and a case for what she is and was, and a case for what she needs. When the time comes, when the moment arrives, that requires the public to accept something so extreme and so extraordinary being done to her, a human being, the case for whatever the harsh extreme punishment is has already been made. The jury has already been seated. The verdict has already been handed down. Now, 25 years into the media crafting this sinister narrative and pushing it down our collective throats, the same exact vocabulary, the same exact sourcing, the same exact manipulative emotional arc, the repeated conclusion, this has done something to the public's perception that no single one article could ever possibly have done. It reframed control into compassion. It had people thinking surveillance was concern. It had people thinking the removal of a grown woman's constitutional, human, and civil rights wasn't just okay, but it was long overdue. But how? How did they trick the public like that? How does it happen? It ain't with one story. It happens with 1,000 stories that all use the same words. This is a rhetorical device called repetition, and it's highly persuasive. Words like unstable, erratic, concerning, meltdown, breakdown, help, sources close to her, people are worried, friends fear,
Sources close
she needs
to
help, she's finally getting help, admits she needs help, hopefully this is the first step. Like I said before, these are not neutral ways to phrase things to fairly and accurately report on news. These words and phrases perform specific psychological functions on you, on me, on us. Each one moves the audience, the public, through a sequence that ends in the same place every time.
2 hours long.
First, you're positioned as a witness. You're just someone observing. You're not being asked to make up your own opinion based on any disclosed facts. You're simply being told what to think by media and inside sources. Then you move from a witness, you're taken out of that neutral observer position and then repositioned as a concerned party because now you have an emotional stake. After you've been force-fed a few dozen of these concerning stories, you don't want something bad to happen to Britney Spears, so you're like, oh no, maybe she needs some help. Now you care what happens. The language moves from observation to invested. And then last, before you know it, if you're not really careful, you become something the media is pushing you into being, which is a co-signer. You are now okay with it. And I'm saying you, but I know some people this doesn't apply to because there have been some people that have been, screaming and squeaking Free Britney for a long, long time and have been able to see what's going on. But most people do kind of get tricked and manipulated without even noticing it into becoming a co-signer. Someone who through accumulated emotional investment over months and often years has been prepared to accept whatever's going to happen next. This is what was built around Britney from the moment she appeared on a television screen at 16 years old in a schoolgirl uniform, when the media argued about whether she was too sexy for her own good, and politicians' wives were saying that they would unalive Britney Spears if they ever saw her walking down the street.
Tucker, what I really want to ask you is, did she at least offer you a stick of her own gum? But what I'm going to end up asking you is, you sat down with her. What does she really like? What did she seem like? Just sitting one-on-one.
She seemed very young. She seemed younger than a person who would bear her midriff. I mean, the impression I came away with was that it would be wrong to have adult thoughts about Britney Spears. I mean, she may be 21, but she seems, again, young, in a nice way.
From the very
Tucker Carlson's so dumb.
beginning of Britney's, we'll say, adult career, young adult. I know she was a teenager. I'm not trying to say she was an adult, but we're starting this analysis around the time she's 16. Before she ever turned 18, they were already asking the questions. And that leads you to the obvious, that leads me to the obvious question. Who is deciding how these stories get told and how and why? Who has access to these news outlets? Who would actually be considered even to be an insider source? Who was feeding these anonymous quotes but was too chicken shit to show their own face and say who they were? And ask yourself, because I ask myself all the time, whose interests are being served each and every time this narrative lands? I'm not going to answer the question for you, but I am going to show you a pattern. And by the end of this video, I hope, and I think, you're going to find it very difficult to look at the current headlines, especially the ones about Britney Spears running right now, and feel the same way that you did when you first read them. So we're gonna start in this infamous head shaving period, okay? That happened in 2007. But before 2007, there was a lot of stuff leading up to that head shaving event. It didn't come out of nowhere.
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend shaved her head, and I thought that was so weird. I was like Britney Spears? And she was like, no, I just couldn't stand my hair one night, and I shaved it off. And I was like, oh, okay, it had nothing to do with Britney Spears. And she was like, no. And I was like, weird. And I don't know. I think it's just something they go through when they're young. They want to shave their head. I think it happens. Renounce your hair. See if it's the only thing that makes your beauty.
Also came out of a meticulously crafted narrative. Look at some of these headlines from the time. Britney out of control. Sources say Britney's marriage is in trouble. Friends fear for Britney. Those close to Britney are worried. Is she headed for a breakdown? 2004, 2005, 2006. Now I have covered on this channel before. Not going to spend too much time because I have a whole series on it already. What happened in 2004 was Britney was disconnecting from her management that she had had for her whole life, her childhood. You know what else happened in 2004 when these headlines really started getting out of hand? Britney Spears took all her money, fired her managers, and put it all in a trust. All of it. Every asset that she owned, she put it in a trust. The money changers and the handlers just could not have that. And that's when these headlines start. 2004. The language was already in place. The vocabulary was already running. And the emotional architecture was already being constructed in the public's mind years before anything happened that would require us to have these thoughts about Britney Spears. They pretty much groomed us with the media. Losing it, not struggling. They didn't say she's going through a difficult period. She just had 2 babies in the course of 2 years. Maybe there's a little postpartum. Maybe we should give her some space. They didn't say she was navigating a very public divorce with 2 children under the age of 2 while being photographed every single moment of every single day. Losing it is what they said. That's not a description. That is a verdict. Losing what? And it was being delivered through anonymous sources, unnamed friends, and people close to the situation. Who wouldn't lose it if all your friends are blabbing to the tabloids about your personal business? And all of this started happening long before 2007. And let's talk about those anonymous sources real quick, because this is the most obvious place to me where the architecture of this whole thing becomes visible if you know what to look for. If you go back and read the coverage about Britney from 2004 through 2007, the actual stories, maybe the headlines, but like the actual stories, and look at the sources. Sources close to Britney, friends, those in the inner circle, people with direct knowledge, people around her, story after story, outlet after outlet, year after year, and they're all anonymous, every single one. So let me ask you again, who had access to those outlets? Who was in a position to be described as a source close to Britney Spears repeatedly across multiple publications over multiple years? And who benefited from the public perception that Britney was unstable and losing control and in need of an intervention? I'm not going to even waste my time getting into all of the celebrities who have serious substance problems, serious alcohol problems, who have committed actual crimes, verifiable, and none of the headlines running look like this about them. Okay, I'm not even going to waste my time on that because I think that's pretty obvious. I don't know who benefited from the public perception that Britney was unstable.
It's the media.
Losing control.
The media benefits.
Spiraling.
They get
but
to
I have
spin.
A few pretty good
it's
ideas,
the media.
And I want you to keep asking yourself that question as we go through this story. So now let's get in the time machine. Let's go back to February 2007. The head shaving thing. Now this has also happened around the same time as the umbrella incident, which was also treated in the same way. But the head shaving footage was everywhere within a few hours. And what followed was absolutely not journalism. I think it's more accurately described as a feeding frenzy. The feeding frenzy, though, it's not allowed to just look like what it is. It has to be disguised as something else. Concern. Here we are in 2007, a breakdown, a crisis, a dangerous spiral, out of control. The concern is growing. Every outlet, pretty much exactly the same words, the same framing, and the same verdict. Within 48 hours of this woman shaving her head. Now, this was exactly a year before the conservatorship would begin, February 2008. So, not to beat a dead horse here, but let me just ask you again. In those 48 hours, in those first stories, in those first waves of headlines, who was the source? What interests? Whose interests did it serve 1 year before the very financially lucrative conservatorship? And what was the public being prepared and groomed to accept? Those around Britney are increasingly concerned. Sources say she has become erratic, unpredictable, and those closest to her believe she desperately needs help. Well, maybe, but isn't it possible that the people close to her who had just gotten fired and who weren't going to be allowed to manage all her deals and weren't going to get a little 5%, 20% here, 5% there on the deals, maybe it is unpredictable to them that Britney would fire them. Maybe she does seem erratic to somebody whose livelihood is based on saying they're Britney Spears' manager, for example. Or publicist. We're now seeing that these publicists will turn right against the artists that they once represented and then start going and lying about them to the media or telling the truth. But still, those around her, sources, erratic, unpredictable, desperately needs help. Who are the sources? In February 2007, Britney was in the middle of a ferocious custody battle with Kevin Federline, who to this day I don't think ever had another job. A custody battle in which her perceived instability was directly relevant to the outcome of whether she had custody of her children. A custody battle in which the other side had every legal and strategic incentive to ensure that the public and the court saw Britney as someone who couldn't be trusted with her own children. That is the context in which some of these anonymous sources are speaking, and no outlet really seems to have asked that question or disclosed to us that there could have been a conflict of interest. The coverage never examines the conditions being created around Britney by the lunatics who are willing to go and tell all her private business to tabloids. Britney in 2007 was being followed by up to 100 or more photographers, paparazzos at one time. They wouldn't move out of the way.
They talked about this guy on Netflix who does all this stuff that causes this. His name is Fabrizio something or another. Fabrizio did this. It's the Jeffrey Epstein crowd.
Wouldn't move out of the way of her car even. She was being hunted by mostly men who were very aggressive, taking pictures up her dress, in her house, in her car, of every moment, every trip to a gas station, every school run to drop her kids off or pick them up, every doctor's appointment, every pharmacy visit, every Starbucks run, every moment of every day. And there is obviously extensive, substantial psychological literature, studies that prove and show what that level of surveillance that is sustained over a long period of time can do to a human being.
Yeah.
It creates hypervigilance, paranoia, and the inability to really distinguish what is safe from what is unsafe, because at any moment, anybody in your private life could be selling your information for their own gain. The complete erosion of any boundary between a private life and a public life for public consumption. But this coverage never examined any of that. The coverage benefited. The more they stalked her and harassed her, the crazier it would look like she became. The coverage examined Britney's response to the horrifying conditions, but not the conditions that created the response. And then they called her unstable. I venture to wager nobody could actually withstand that amount of public pressure and scrutiny. I'd venture to wager nobody could handle it and come out unscathed. Instead, they just called Britney erratic. Not a young mother recently divorced with postpartum, fighting for her children, being hunted by 100 creeps with giant cameras every day of her life. I'll never forget what Perez Hilton did either. Oh my God, he liked to come out now and act like he's turned over a new leaf. He almost single-handedly ruined her life.
Hey, what's up? This is Perez Hilton, and you're watching Hollywood.tv. We're in very sunny downtown Los Angeles, where I'm melting at a top-secret Britney Spears shoot. Her bodyguard is right down there. Let's see if you'll want to have a little chat. Oh, here she comes! Here she comes! Britney!
Britney was showing signs of extreme psychological.
Oh. Humans.
psychological stress that literally the paparazzi was causing, and this industry was profiting off her image, and they helped to create it. They abused her and then made more money off of the abuse. Britney got to instead be called erratic, and nobody else took any accountability for their part in it. One word, erratic. Anonymous sources, boom, public verdict delivered, and the public accepted it. This primed and groomed the public for what would happen the next year. January 2008, the night really everything changed. Then came that fateful night about a year later, after the head shaving incident. Britney allegedly refused to hand over her children during a custody exchange. Now, I do want to just say, in her book, she said that's not true. So even that was false reporting by those close to her. She didn't refuse to hand over her children. The bodyguard, according to Britney in her book, the bodyguard said, you have a few more minutes. And she said she just wanted to be alone for a few more minutes with her child. So she went to a private room, which was her bathroom. That was one of the places that they actually would let her be alone before the conservatorship. And so she just wanted to spend those last few minutes. She said in her book she wasn't keeping her children. They just lied. Police were called. She was taken from her home in an ambulance on a stretcher that she was strapped down to. She was placed on an involuntary psychiatric hold, photographed the entire time, even from the sky, because somebody apparently alerted the helicopters. The footage ran on every network within the hour, and it pretty much never stopped running since. For the last, 20 years? 18? The coverage that followed didn't ask why or how a woman in acute psychological distress came to be photographed on a stretcher by the same industry that had been hunting her for 3 years. It didn't ask who called the media before the ambulance arrived. Isn't that interesting? The media was there before the ambulance. The ambulance is called the first responder. The media was there even before that. Nobody asked what role the sustained industrial
all because they're camped outside her house.
Scale harassment and surveillance of a young woman, a young mother, could have played on this crisis, and asked other questions instead. Who will save her? What will happen to her? Final cry for help. Does she need to be saved?
Britney Spears is out of the hospital. According to police, she was released quietly without any law enforcement intervention. Her departure from the hospital comes despite the recommendation of a psychiatrist, and her parents are expressing their concern. In a joint statement, Jamie and Lynn Spears said, quote, "We are deeply concerned about our daughter's safety and vulnerability, and we believe her life is presently at risk. We ask only that the court's orders be enforced so that a tragedy may be averted." Spears was taken to a psychiatric facility at the UCLA Medical Center January 31st. While she was there, a Los Angeles court temporarily gave her father legal custody over her affairs. Spears was also briefly hospitalized last month after police were called to her home when she refused to return her sons to her ex-husband, Kevin Federline. She has since lost all visitation rights to her children.
Her desperate cry for help. Who will save her? Who will step in? That's another way to say, who will take control?
72 hours is not going to be long enough to get a good observation of what's going on. 72 hours is enough to have her calm herself down and make sure she's okay. She needs at least a couple of weeks to be in privately, see what's going on, regulate the medication, have discussions with her, letting her admit that she has a bipolar situation. Everyone else is saying that she's bipolar, and she's showing in all the signs of bipolar. But unless Britney says I have a problem and I have some issues I have to deal with, how can I get fixed? How can I get healthy? Nothing's going to work.
Now, for our part, the public, again, I was about 18, 17 years old during that. I just turned 17 years old at this time. So I know a lot of us were young at the time. But pretty much all the public had been prepared for this moment across 4 years of consistent, anonymous source, concern vocabulary, pretending to be news.
Lou Taylor is the business manager for Britney Spears' father, mother, and younger sister, Jamie Lynn. Lou, good morning to you.
Good morning, Meredith. Thanks for having me this morning.
Thanks for joining us. Britney's parents have not spoken out publicly about her recent problems, but they felt the need through you to do so now. What was it that made them decide it was important to speak out?
Well, we thought it was important for people to just have a voice for Jamie, or to hear a voice for Jamie and Lynn Spears. You know, this has, again, just set another bar for us that has become disturbing for what's happened to be, you know, now again played out in the media.
After an awkward hours-long standoff with police last Thursday, Spears was taken to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles for an evaluation and treatment. The public breakdown followed another custody dispute with her ex-husband, Kevin Federline. At the hospital, Spears was visited by Tough Love talk show host Dr. Phil McGraw.
I want to make it very clear. I went to see Britney at the request of her family.
Dr. Phil told Entertainment Tonight and The Insider he was met by a Spears family member and escorted to Britney's room where he spent some time with her.
She needs to be in treatment. She needs to be in inpatient care for a period of time.
Everyone agrees Spears needs real help.
Something has to happen for Britney to finally hit rock bottom. And the facility that she's taken to at the time has to have the courage
just got killed
to
by
keep her in there for
cow
as long
milk.
as it takes.
Spears' troubles won't go away anytime soon. She's scheduled to be back in court next week, fighting to regain visitation rights with her 2 boys. Rights suspended after this latest sad episode. For today, Peter Alexander, NBC News, Los Angeles.
The public, you, had been moved from witness to concerned party to silent cosigner. And so, in February 2008, when a court granted Jamie Spears, Britney's dad, a temporary, at the time, conservatorship over his daughter, the court gave Britney's father legal control over her finances, all the control over her career, the contracts she signed, her personal decisions, her body, her health care, her life, when she performed, when she saw her children or didn't, rehabs she had to go to or didn't. There was no widespread outrage. On the contrary, there was relief from the public. The coverage had worked. The grooming and the preparation on us had worked. The narrative had landed exactly where it needed to land. A grown woman's civil and constitutional rights were completely stolen from her. And the public called it an intervention, and they called it help, and they called it finally someone stepping in. Britney was 26 years old, a woman who was selling out arenas across the world, supporting entire economies, a woman with 5 #1 albums, a woman whose face had been on the cover of more magazines than almost any other human being alive or in all of history. 26 years old. And the petition filed by her demonic father to remove her constitutional rights stated in writing, under penalty of perjury, that Britney suffered from dementia. Dementia! At 26 years old. Dementia is a degenerative neurological condition, most commonly associated with old people. The condition that causes progressive and permanent erosion of memory, language, cognitive function. There's no cure, no recovery, no getting better, no return. That's what the petition said. And nobody in the news reported on that. Here's what the media didn't tell you. And this is exactly why I became involved in the whole Free Britney movement in the very first place. Because that claim that Britney had dementia it sounds preposterous, right? But at least you're thinking maybe they found a doctor to do it like a diagnosis. Maybe they found some doctor and paid him off or her off to diagnose Britney with dementia. False. Nope. The media never really reported on this. But there was never even any proof given that Britney had dementia. None. It was not corroborated by any medical documents. No doctor has ever diagnosed Britney Spears with dementia. But that didn't stop the 13-year enslavement scenario disguised as a helpful conservatorship. No, it did not. The court approved the petition pretty much instantly, in minutes. Britney herself, though, wasn't even allowed to be in the room for the hearing. She was locked up against her will in a hospital bed. Took about 10 minutes for the Los Angeles court, Riva Goetz, or it might have been that other one. I don't know exactly which one did this at this time. There's about 3 or 4 judges involved in this from the beginning to the end. But it just took a few minutes to strip Britney Spears, a 26-year-old woman, of her constitutional rights to make her own decisions about her finances, the money she made and earned, about her medical decisions, her personal decisions. Just took a few minutes. They also stole away Britney's right to even hire her own lawyer, which is another constitutional right. They took away Britney's right to choose her own doctor, to decide who she could see, where she could go, what she could do with her own body. And all of this happened without the judge ever laying eyes on Britney Spears or even hearing a word from her. Just a few minutes. This was all on the basis of a phony, fraudulent, fake dementia claim. There was literally never any corroborating evidence by an actual doctor that Britney had dementia. The one doctor they did name in the petition as the guy who would diagnose Britney with this non-existent dementia, he would come out later and eventually disclose that he never actually met Britney, never met her.
Well,
much like most of the public, who is now rabid to have Britney Spears locked up against her will too. All these people have all these opinions about taking away Britney's God-given rights, and they don't even know her either.
If you look drunk and people think you're drunk and you're not drunk, chances are you should be back in your conservatorship. Let's do a little trip down memory lane for Britney Spears' crazy moments. I think shaving the head, it's a classic. Britney goes after paparazzi with a bat at a gas station. That's number 2. Number 3, Britney driving away with her toddler in her lap. Number 3. Was I already on number 3? Who knows? There's just too many. I think the best way we can leave Britney alone and help Britney and save Britney and free Britney is to send her right back to her father. She is not someone that needs to be saved. She is someone that needs to be helped, and we are not helping, we are hurting. That is my opinion. You can have your opinion. Your opinion is wrong, and my opinion is right, but you're still welcome to have your opinion.
Britney herself has not spoken in years about anything, much less this. So here's the question I want to ask about the media. Because in February 2008, when the conservatorship started, dozens of journalists were covering Britney's every move. Every outlet had a dedicated Britney Spears correspondent. Every tabloid had their little source or two.
Oh my
The paparazzi economy had been built almost entirely around Britney Spears' image, and I did make a video about this in the past as well. Economies. The Britney Spears economy. There was no shortage of people paying attention to Britney Spears and every single move she made, and yet that dementia claim was not scrutinized or even mentioned. The conservatorship they applied for was like the severe one. There's 2 types of conservatorships in California, or there were at the time. The LPS conservatorship, often called the mental health conservatorship. Then there's like the serious, kind of more permanent conservatorship called the probate conservatorship. That one's for people that are like in a coma and have dementia. This is not a mental health conservatorship. That's legally not even what it's supposed to be for. It's for people who are truly incapable, like coma, wandering around every night because you have dementia. That's what that conservatorship is for. There is a conservatorship in California called a mental health conservatorship, and they didn't even try to get that one. Why? Because it would have expired in 1 year, and they wanted permanent control over Britney, her money, her life, her body. None of these media outlets bothered to even look, it seems, at the public court documents. Nobody ever mentioned the dementia was unsubstantiated. No legal expert talking heads, no anonymous sources for sure, no Dr. Drews, no Dr. Phils, no Dr. Oz. Nobody ever exposed this phony dementia claim until I came along in 2020 and started reading court documents to Britney Spears' fans. The 10-minute approval by a now retired judge was not interrogated. The question of whether Britney, a 26-year-old woman, could plausibly be diagnosed with dementia, never even asked, much less answered. Instead, they said she's grateful. That's what the coverage said. Not a court just approved stripping a grown woman, a young mother, of her children and her rights. No. Not asking how a dementia conservatorship for a 26-year-old woman in a 10-minute hearing when she wasn't even allowed to attend is even possible or allowed, much less with literally no medical evidence at all.
Yeah, since when do they ever want somebody else to like take over your life? They don't. They want you to be responsible for you. That's how the system is. That's how money is. That's how the public looks at it. Like, nobody wants you to be under the fucking conservatorship of somebody else. They want you to be responsible for you and you to fall if you cause a problem, you know? It's weird. It's like weird. There's some weird tabloid thing about making money that they pulled. And she made like $1 billion off it, so she probably doesn't complain, but...
All. No. They didn't bother asking how Britney was healthy enough to headline world tours and generate hundreds of millions of dollars for herself and other people, or how her memory was good enough to remember thousands of lyrics, hundreds of dance moves, hit her marks on stage, and even create choreography for her own shows and then teach the dancers the choreography. How could a person like that possibly be suffering from dementia? That wasn't asked. I wonder if they even looked at the court documents at all. Because if they had, they would have found what I found immediately in the public record. I looked into this case about 2 days before I found that. They falsely stated Britney had dementia. They said on the form there would be proof presented to the court at the next hearing, but it never was.
I think I've got a glitched
never.
West
They took the word
something.
of these anonymous sources in the news, but they never checked the public court documents. Now, this video is already going to be so long, but I do want to take a little sidebar real quick. I want to tell a little story about the New York Times. Because There's tabloids, you know, there's TMZ and Daily Beast and Radar, but then there's like the real news. New York Times is still up there as the pinnacle. They're the golden journalism standard, right? During the final days of Britney's conservatorship after the Free Britney movement blew the lid off Britney's inhumane, unconstitutional, abusive treatment, I had been in touch with writers and journalists from the New York Times. Many of us from Free Britney were. The New York Times had made some of the biggest media about Britney during the Free Britney heyday. I personally, on my phone, in this house, in my basement, was the one to tell these journalists about this dementia diagnosis and the fact that Britney had never been diagnosed. Even they didn't realize that. I have an email in my inbox right now directly from one of those named authors. One of the main ones that worked on the Free Britney New York Times, the documentary and the few articles that came out. I have an inbox from her right now telling me how invaluable my coverage had been in crafting the ultimate Free Britney article and documentary that would help lead to Britney's freedom. Yeah, the literal New York Times. Over a decade after the conservatorship started, after having run story after story on Britney, didn't even bother to look at the public court records that told the entire story. The conservatorship was all built on a lie. Britney never had dementia. She never had dementia, and she obviously doesn't have dementia today. The best of the best, gold star pinnacle media outlets just trusted anonymous sources close to the singer. In 2008, when that conservatorship was starting, they never asked that doctor, who was named in public court documents, by the way, about that diagnosis. They never asked that doctor if he had ever even met Britney, because they would have found out directly from him. He had not. They never asked. This is extraordinary. It's unusual, and I think it deserves serious scrutiny. They never asked, is this constitutional? They never asked if this can happen to a highly successful, perfectly capable, athletic, healthy young woman, mother. Couldn't it also happen to us? They never stopped to ask, is this a massive government overreach to take away an American citizen's rights? They never asked if it was unconstitutional violation of her right to equal protection, due process. After all, she was sentenced to this conservatorship without the judge ever laying eyes on her. Actually, looking back at the headlines during the first days of the conservatorship and the forced treatment, the involuntary incarceration, the media really didn't seem to ask anything at all, which is kind of supposed to be their function, right? Isn't that what journalism is? Asking the questions to get to the answer? They didn't ask anything. They told us, but they didn't give us the grounds upon which they based their instructions. Just, she's grateful. Dad stepped in. Help has arrived. So that brings us to the conservatorship years. February 1st, 2008, a Los Angeles court granted Jamie Spears, a known addict who was currently in treatment at that time for alcoholism himself, they granted him a conservatorship over his daughter, who was by every account more intelligent, more capable, and more competent than him. The judge made this decision without ever looking at Britney Spears, hearing from Britney herself, much less laying eyes on her. Come to think of it, it's kind of similar to how the public has made its decisions about Britney as well. Sources close to Britney spoke for her and told the judge what they wanted the judge to hear, to craft this narrative that Britney could literally never escape from. Britney herself, on the other hand, was completely silenced, isolated, and specifically, strategically ignored. The sources completely infested with conflicts of interest, as far as the eye could see, but they stepped in to decide for Britney. Who were the sources close to Britney who told the judge exactly what they wanted the judge to hear? Her dad, her mom, her managers, her ex-husband, lawyers she had never met or hired, including the ones helping her dad put her into the unconstitutional conservatorship. Britney Spears had to pay them, her own dad's lawyers. All these people had obvious conflicts of interest, including financial, power, control. She can't manage her own financial affairs. Meanwhile, her dad had declared bankruptcy maybe twice. She can't make her own personal decisions. Meanwhile, her parents also divorced. Her parents, and nothing wrong with that, but they held these things against Britney. It's hypocritical. How are they in a better position, especially the dad who became the conservator? He is a known addict. And I'm not judging. They used that as one of the reasons to put her in an enslavement situation, and the person they put in charge of her was also an addict.
Warp drive active.
She couldn't choose her own medical treatment. She couldn't even sign contracts. She couldn't hire her own lawyer. She tried to. The judge wouldn't let her. She couldn't decide where she lived, what she ate, who she dated, who she saw. In those documents for the conservatorship, her dad specifically requested to be able to force medication on Britney, to use restraints. To be able to use restraints on Britney in a hospital setting, to be able to hire all of her 24/7 security, which would ultimately become a surveillance operation apparatus against her that was working for her dad and her managers and her handlers. In these court documents, her dad requested to be able to use physical force to stop Britney from leaving the hospital. The real reasons for the conservatorship were sinister and obvious, and they were laid bare right there in the very first public filings for the conservatorship. But it seems like the media didn't bother to read those. They took the word instead of some anonymous, conflicted sources. The same month the conservatorship was made official, October 2008, made, permanent, might have been 2009. When they were requesting to make the conservatorship permanent, during that time period, Britney released her 6th studio album. Funny how that works, isn't it? I'm gonna read some of the headlines from the time. Britney's back! Spears sounds more liberated than ever. Britney's triumphant return. More liberated than ever. Back from what? Triumphant return. Hold that in your mind at the same, those two things in your mind at the same time. On the one hand, an actual court had just ruled that Britney Spears cannot manage her own affairs because she had non-existent dementia. And on the other hand, the media is describing Britney's new album as the sound of liberation. Not one outlet asked the obvious, staring right in their face question. If she's too incapacitated to make a single personal or financial decision, who's performing on that record? Who's going to perform on the world tour? Well, they would find out a year later. The next year in 2009, that was when Britney went on circus tour. 97 shows across 5 continents. Remember, she had dementia. How'd she remember them dance moves? The shows sold out. The coverage at that time was ecstatic, commanding, electrifying, unstoppable. Not one major outlet leads its review with, "This woman is currently under an unconstitutional court order that her abusive alcoholic father obtained using a non-existent dementia claim." No, nobody ever told y'all that. Now, years later, she does it again. 2011, still in the conservatorship, Femme Fatale, another #1. Then she goes on tour, again, Femme Fatale tour, 79 shows. The reviews use words like fierce and in control and commanding. In control, they said. Okay. Now, around that same time, Britney would famously jump out of a Malaysian billionaire's birthday cake in Las Vegas for his 30th birthday party, and that would be reported widely in the media. Nobody asked who signed the contract for a half-naked Britney Spears to jump out of a cake. The fee was some places reported as $10,000, but some places reported as up to $100,000. Interesting how the media couldn't even get that right. But Britney wasn't allowed, legally, to enter contracts at that time. So who had her jumping out that cake? Another question the media didn't bother to ask. Now, the court ruled and ordered that Britney couldn't control a single aspect of her own life, including the doctors who treated her, the security team that followed her every move, even into the bathroom, and then they reported it back to her controlling father and management team. Britney wasn't allowed to have any control over even a couple measly dollars out of the millions, hundreds of millions, possibly billions, that she alone generated for other people. And here you have the 2011 Femme Fatale reviews saying that she's in control on stage. Nobody asks how that could possibly even be true. The next year, 2012, Britney Spears is hired as a judge on The X Factor. Her reported fee, $15 million. She evaluates aspiring artists. She delivers verdicts on their futures. She's presented to millions of people weekly as an authority worth $15 million.
That's not a good role
A woman
for her.
the court of California has determined is incapacitated and incompetent.
Yeah, that woman does not look incompetent.
Birthday to you.
Oh my God.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh my God.
Happy birthday, dear Ellie.
Oh my goodness.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
Can't even decide of which doctor she goes to, or where she lives, or when she sees her kids. But here she was, evaluating other people, and given the industry authority and millions of dollars to do it. And here's another detail almost nobody reported at the time, despite having access to those sources close to Britney. But according to information that has now emerged years later, Britney was forced onto medication, and her forced medication was increased during her stint as an X Factor judge. Not decreased, increased. So while she was performing live on live television, they trusted her enough to be on a live television set, drugged, but she couldn't make her own choices. Nobody asked, nobody told, and certainly nobody ran the story, at least not then.
We need to talk about Britney Spears. One of her former co-stars from The X Factor recently revealed that Britney was heavily medicated on set, to the point where she could barely hold herself up. So who's to blame for that? No one other than her conservatorship team. One of her former co-stars, Lewis Walsh, recently revealed that he was aware that Britney was heavily medicated while working on The X Factor. Lewis said that Britney had a lot of problems during The X Factor. He was sitting with Britney Spears for 2 days, and after every few auditions, she would slump down in her chair. He claims they would literally have to stop the show and take her out because she was on so much medication and other stuff. I felt sorry for her. First off, I wonder who they is, because who would come into the room when Britney wasn't feeling well and then take her out and then she'd come back in feeling all right? Was that her ex-fiance Jason? Was it someone from the conservatorship team? Also, when he says stuff, like she was on a bunch of medication and other stuff, what is that other stuff? In this interview, he said, "You have to pay a price to become famous. I sat back and watched all these people I know with all this money and all this fame, and they're not really happy."
Next year, December 2013, the Piece of Me Las Vegas residency begins at Planet Hollywood. 248 shows over 4 years. Again, I thought she had dementia. Shouldn't she be lapsing in memory by now? Didn't stop the money from rolling in. From that first residency alone, the total gross was reported at $137 million, and that's just what's reported. There is truly no telling how many millions were generated off this woman. And conveniently, the conservatorship court never really asked for too much verification either. Over 100 million confirmed, verified dollars. Generated by a woman, the state of California declared legally incompetent, incapable of managing her own finances. Remembering complex choreography, thousands of lyrics, swinging from the rafters on a harness in the ceiling, but apparently also had an incurable, degenerative neurological disease that drastically affects one's memory. Even if Britney Spears did have dementia, wasn't that abuse? To swing her from the rafters like that? Nobody running stories on Britney's comeback asked how that was possible either. Know what other little fact no entertainment reporter thought to print at the time? That the Vegas residency had a clause in the contract. The deal with Caesars Entertainment, it could be canceled on a few conditions. One condition that would allow for the contract of the residency to be canceled was if the conservatorship ended. The contract that generated $137 million in 4 years was structurally dependent on Britney Spears remaining under legal control. The financial architecture of her most lucrative, valuable professional period to date required her to stay legally incompetent. Do you see the conflicts? If you see the conflicts, put one in the chat. But the media published 248 glowing show reviews without printing that sentence once. Now here's what this positive coverage was actually doing, because I want to give it a name here. Let's name it. In 2007 and 2008, the concern vocabulary, erratic, unstable, needs help, prepared or groomed the public to accept the removal of this woman's civil rights. The comeback narratives then followed. Electrifying, commanding, grateful, back and better than ever, thriving, happiest she's ever been. They were doing something equally as powerful. They were maintaining the legitimacy of the conservatorship in the public's eye. Every 5-star review, every comeback headline, every Britney is thriving story told the public the same thing. Britney is fine, everything's good, she's working, she's performing, she's happy. The situation is resolved and there's nothing to investigate. Look, she's on stage, look, she's smiling, look, she's making money. Britney's back, triumphant return, proves she's still got it, thriving, happy, healthy. The Britney we know and love is back, happy as she's ever been. It was a lie. It was a lie. She was legally barred from making a single decision about her own life. She was being systematically isolated from her own children and her friends and her family she wanted to see. And this was also she could be a slave, let's call it what it is, in Las Vegas for the money changers at their hotels. Happy as she's ever been. That's what they reported. It was a lie. All while this dementia claim, never medically corroborated, attributed to a doctor who says he never met her, remain the legal foundation of the arrangement controlling her. Who was that happier than she's ever been, quote, really serving? Certainly not Britney Spears. And I would venture to say not the public either, because we're not served by being lied to. Fast forward to 2016, Britney Spears actually gives an interview, very rare, and on the record, her name is attached. She says, "I'm not happy." It's pretty telling that pretty much no media covered her saying that.
You are more involved in this musically, I understand, than previous work. So you've taken control. You're more in control of your music than before?
Yes.
Why did it take you so long? Why did you wait till now to do it?
Well, there's a lot of reasons, but I won't get into the whole story, but
Well, we know a lot of the whole story, so we don't have to go over the whole story,
well,
or, you know, what we think.
it was like, I think since the conservatorship, I'm in a conservatorship, is the 3rd year of me being under that, and I felt like a lot of the things were planned for me to do, and, you know, being told what to do, and I was just like, for this one, I want to make it my baby, and I want to do it myself, and I was very strategic about the way I did it, and yeah, that's why it means so much to me.
Eventually, that clip got literally edited out of the interview that it was a part of and became impossible to find until it resurfaced during Free Britney. Now, that same year, Britney's conservatorship-approved representatives are telling outlets she's doing wonderfully. She said that she was unhappy, but her handlers said she was happy and she's doing great. Guess which version went 2016 viral? Hint, it wasn't the one where Britney was unhappy. It was the one where the sources close to Britney told the story. The one where the story didn't come from Britney herself. Isn't that interesting? Eventually, Britney would publish a memoir, 2023, and under her own name, you know, it was written about that there were albums she made in the conservatorship, and her words were, quote, "I sometimes thought that it was almost funny how I won those awards for the album that I made while I was supposedly so incapacitated that I had to be controlled by my family." The memoir, produced within the same entertainment industry ecosystem that managed her story for 25 years, promoted through the same PR apparatus that shaped every previous chapter of her public life, with carefully timed excerpts fed to tabloids before publication. This is all distributed as unmediated truth. In 25 years of Britney Spears media coverage, when has the media ever stopped to tell us who those anonymous sources are or were? And when has the public ever stopped to ask who's really behind these stories being told? A dementia petition. It was signed and ready to file before Britney was ever even hospitalized against her will, by the way. All the court paperwork was signed and ready to go. An ousted management team that was scheming behind the scenes about which judge would be most likely to let them forcibly drug Britney Spears. There are emails that were presented by Britney Spears' lawyer in court that show all of this. A doctor who says he never met her, a multi-million-dollar contract that required Britney to stay legally incompetent, a court order that said she couldn't make any of her own decisions, and at that point, 13 years of media coverage that never once put any of those things in the same sentence. Eventually, the cracks began to show, and the house of cards would come crashing and crumbling down. But that did not start with the media or a journalist. It didn't start with an investigation into the crime.
Okay, I've got to go upstairs for just a moment to grab something from the fridge and throw the cat stuff in the trash, and I'll be right back.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking request denied. Docking permission requested. 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 Docking permission requested.
I can't even go back out. You can if you want. I'll stop it.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
I'll fucking die. Absolutely, if I'm not already dead. Yeah. I'm already dead. God damn it.
Docking permission requested. Docking request denied. Warp drive active.
Go jump. Damn it. Alright, well. What was it that killed me? Aphrodite Sexy, that same guy. Fucking stupid. No, I don't know.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Oh, send me back out where I was. Oh no, I got killed on the way in Sujarento. Okay. Alright.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Stop. Why am I warping? Oh. What did I do? Oh god, I came right back to the plant. Oh, I don't know. Do you let me dock here? Let's see.
Warp drive active.
I wasn't even targeted. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, man. I have no idea. Try to step away for 5 minutes and a piece of shit fucking game suck dick. I don't know. Shut you up. Okay. Get my dinner. That's 2 more Tristans. Meat. Okay. My dinner's on the way. Had to throw some sausage and corn in a saucepan, and I'm gonna make some potatoes with sausage and corn. I think that sounds really good, basic stuff, but you know. I'll make sure that my camera is good. I disconnected, damn it. I don't seem to be doing too well in faction warfare, but I don't know. It's weird. That did not go well. But I mean, I was AFK, I admit. I thought I hadn't reached it yet. I don't care. I ride death, you can see it. I ride death. And I'm still successful. Ensure. Okay, let's find a different place to go. I don't know which side is which. I think that's right. Yeah, for sure.
Crimes that I think probably, in my opinion, innocent until proven guilty were committed by people in this conservatorship. It didn't start with a lawyer. It didn't start with a documentary. It didn't start with a New York Times article. It didn't start even with a whistleblower at one of these places. It didn't start with an editor at a major publication deciding the conservatorship deserved a second look, or maybe anybody in Hollywood to actually come forward and do the right thing. It started with fans. In a 2019 podcast called Britney's Graham, they started talking about, where is Britney? Nobody had seen her or heard from her in weeks, and days turned to weeks, turned to close to a month. They were making podcasts. Where's Britney? Let's analyze her Instagram. Eventually, they did receive a call that would break the conservatorship case wide open. They got a voicemail from an unnamed paralegal claiming to be part of Britney's legal team. The voicemail alleges that Britney had been placed in a facility against her will. She didn't want to go, and she wanted to get out. They said Britney had been stripped of her phone, that the conservatorship had become something far darker than the public had been told. And the mainstream media's initial response to that was to call it a conspiracy theory.
After it went public that Britney was in treatment, the hosts of the Britney's Graham podcast claimed they received, quote, an anonymous tip from a credible source that the toxic singer is being held against her will in the health facility. And thus, the Free Britney hashtag was born. Fans who believe the podcast's claims protested in front of West Hollywood City Hall on Monday night to support Britney. E.T. was on the scene and spoke to Tess Barker and Barbara Gray, the creators of the podcast. The duo isn't down with the fact that Britney has been in a conservatorship for nearly 12 years.
And I also certainly hope that any individual who has any kind of an actual connection to the woman Britney Spears will be brave enough to speak out about what has actually been going on for over a decade. And if I may add, any individual who feels that it's appropriate for Britney Spears to be in this situation, any individual who feels that Britney Spears does not have the wherewithal to do things like use a phone without permission or drive a car without permission.
That's ridiculous.
I would really wonder why they feel it's appropriate for her to be touring the world for the last 3 years and to have put out 3 huge albums and to have had a very successful Vegas residency.
So only some inside sources are they willing to take tips from. When other inside sources come out and say things that don't go along with the prefabricated narrative, that's a conspiracy theory. Got it. It's so hard to keep up. The mainstream media attacked concerned fans with the same viciousness that they had used for so long against Britney herself.
We are going to turn now to our GMA cover story and pop superstar Britney Spears. The Free Britney fan movement is getting a lot of attention online.
This morning, Britney Spears' father Jamie speaking out against the viral campaign #FreeBritney, calling it a joke and a conspiracy. The pop star's dad telling the New York Post, page 6, in a new interview, all these conspiracy theorists don't know anything.
A dangerous conspiracy theory. That is what the New York Times called it in 2019. 2 years later, that same New York Times produced Framing Britney Spears. Isn't that interesting? The documentary that did, frankly, more to shift the public understanding of the conservatorship than anything else that had come before it. The documentary that asked for the first time on a mainstream platform the questions that should have been asked in 2007 and 2008. But the exact same outlet, just 2 years apart, called fans dangerous. A dangerous conspiracy theory by crazed fans. Then, 2 years later, they adopted the theory of the crazed fans and they got nominated for awards. None of the outlets that ran investigations in 2021 paused to ask, hold on, why did this take so long? What did we miss? Why were we publishing this stuff? What were we publishing during 13 years that we were not asking these questions for? Why did we blindly believe these conflicted and corrupt sources without hearing from Britney herself? No apologies. The press just covered the awakening without taking responsibility for its own role in the hypnosis. The media is the reason the public was okay with what happened to Britney Spears, and they never took any accountability. They called people crazy who were saying the truth and then co-opted the story from those crazies and won awards. Something was changing, though, very slowly, unevenly, and from the direction nobody expected. The public itself was beginning, apparently for the first time, to understand something about how media actually works, especially celebrity media. They were not learning this from journalism schools. We were not learning this from academic papers. We were learning in the era of 2020, 2021, 2022, in real time, how the media is reckless in the things they put out as real news.
No one ever really asked, are the paparazzi pictures fake? And do the paparazzi people do stuff to the pictures? And is the news really real? It's a conspiracy theory that I'm actually interested in.
We watched narratives get built and backtracked right before our very eyes. We were starting to see under the hood how the sausage was really made, who stood to gain from these lies, these false stories that were harmful to Britney, and who and what suffered. The victim, Britney Spears, the public itself, because we don't need to be being lied to, and ultimately, the truth suffers.
The Britney Spears fans who say that she needs to be freed, that she is, under the thumb of this conservatorship, they've raised a lot of concerns about her, the way she's being treated. Now, we know, of course, we've been telling you that this conservatorship has really helped Britney more than anything else, but we're wondering what Kevin Federline thinks about this.
Now, for most of the previous 2 decades, for most of the time covered in this video, the average person consuming celebrity media didn't really have a working vocabulary for what we were receiving. We knew celebrities had publicists and PR teams. We knew that stories got spun. We knew PR was a profession, especially in Hollywood and the music industry. But the granular mechanics, the really how it's made, how the narrative gets seeded, how anonymous sources get placed, how the exact same concern language about help gets distributed simultaneously across competing outlets. They're supposed to be competing with each other, but they're running exactly the same headlines. How a public figure's image gets systematically built or dismantled through coordinated series of stories placed with precision, meticulous over months and possibly sometimes up to years. That level of understanding wasn't really widespread. Now, of course, it lived in industry circles. Media critics would sometimes talk about it, the occasional long-form investigation, but really it did not live in mainstream public consciousness until a series of very public, very visible, very documented disputes that pulled the curtain all the way back. This is where, in the last, I think, 5 years or so, the PR, the public relations machinery has become visible. In April 2022, just a few years ago, a defamation trial became one of the most watched legal proceedings in modern history. Now, this is the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, and I know people have strong views on the parties in this case, but let's try to not think about the views you have on the parties in this case, because it's the case that both sides did have PR teams, okay? Something happened inside that courtroom that never quite happened in public before. PR campaigns, very publicly, were then being argued about as evidence in court. Coordinated media strategies were presented by lawyers as documented facts. Anonymous source placement was discussed openly. The systematic seeding of narratives across multiple outlets and platforms and places was described in legal filings, and it was described specifically. For the first time, a mainstream global audience watched in real time as the machinery that produces celebrity narratives was entered into the court record. Now, both sides accused each other of running it, and that means both sides confirmed it exists. Then there was another high-profile lawsuit that is still ongoing now, the Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively dispute that started in 2024. Again, whatever your views are on either party, on either side, what makes this dispute so unique is that it reveals in court documentation that these PR smear campaigns are in existence and how they work. There were texts, emails, crisis management teams, and strategies all laid out in writing. PR firms hired specifically to manipulate us, to shape our perception. Talking points distributed, narratives coordinated. The machinery was not described vaguely. No. It was very specific. And for the first time, or maybe the second, if you followed along with the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case, in dispute after dispute, across very different situations, involving very different people, we're now seeing the same architecture appear. Often, it was even the exact same architects. I'm looking at you, Melissa, Nathan, and Jed Wallace. Looking right at you. The same PR firms and the same names kept popping up. Now, come to find out, some of these people even had ties to the Epstein files, apparently helping him to try to rehab his reputation during the height of media allegations against him, also trying to tear down and attack the victims who accused him, but that's a story for another day. Put it to in the chat or tell me in the comments if you want me to cover the Epstein PR connections, but that's not for today. Anonymous sources, concern language, deployed with surgical timing, stories placed across multiple competing outlets simultaneously. This isn't journalists calling, investigating, getting in their car and going somewhere. No. They sit at their desk and they wait for the PR agents to call. Then they frame it all emotionally, precisely, before the public can receive it to manipulate us. Now, a word about people involved in these cases. Like I said before, you might have strong feelings about Amber Heard, Blake Lively, Johnny Depp, Justin Baldoni, Sony, movie, this, that, Colleen, whoever, and the other. That's fine. You're allowed to. That's your right. That's not what this video is about. I'm not asking you to change your mind about your opinion on who did what, where in a case. What I'm asking you, actually pleading and begging you to do, is to look past those individuals and look past the specific facts of those cases and look at the structure, the system that became visible through them. Because that, in my opinion, and that's what I'm trying to tell you today, is what matters. In case after case, the existence of this machinery was not in dispute. Amber Heard and Johnny Depp might disagree on everything that ever was, but they agree on one thing: PR campaigns exist. And the malicious smear campaigns are sinister. They agree on that. Both sides confirm it. And the court documents and the public evidence have proved it. The machinery, the coordinated sourcing, the planted narratives, the precision time, fake concern language, anonymous sources close to the story, feeding multiple outlets at the same exact time, the same stuff. This is real. It's an industry. It has practitioners, clients, invoices, millions of dollars, probably billions. And they don't call it the dark arts of public relations for nothing. It wasn't invented in 2022. Now, everything you just learned to recognize. Those sources, anonymous, no names, no admitted origin, no identified interest, the concern language arriving at the same exact conclusion to all these competing outlets as if it's from a single coordinating point, the emotional manipulation, packaging, the arc from witness to concerned party to co-signer. This is all built into every story before you ever read the first word. The same vocabulary: erratic, unstable, spiral, danger, needs help. They used it for Bam Margera, Amanda Bynes, Kanye West, Britney Spears, Justin Bieber, Wendy Williams. I could go on. People around them are worried. Sources say. Now, you learned to see those mechanics in 2021 with Britney. You saw it solidified in 2022 with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. In 2024 and 2025 again with Blake Lively, and now there's this Rebel Wilson case. It is now abundantly clear. What was done to Britney Spears' public image, to her reputation, across 20 years through coordinated, anonymous sourcing, concern language, simultaneous narrative distribution, and the systemic and systematic emotional preparation of a global audience was public relations machinery. The same machinery that became publicly visible and publicly understood through the cases you just learned about or we just talked about. The same mechanics, architecture, and the same results. But when it was done to Britney, we didn't have that vocabulary. Nobody really knew what we were looking at or even that we were looking for anything. We didn't ask why there was almost never a named source. Nobody really asked why those same exact specific, carefully chosen words were appearing in every outlet at the same time, and why none of these sources ever seemed to disagree with the narrative or push back on it. Nobody really asked whose interests were being served with these narratives or what exactly these concerned sources stood to gain or lose. The public has consumed this crap as news because that is what it was specifically designed to look like. But now it's 2026. And the headlines are reading, sources say close to her. Sources say that they're around her and urge her to seek help. She realizes she hit rock bottom. Her loved ones are finally stepping in. And that's just a lie too, girl. The loved ones never stopped stepping in. They need to step out. Hopefully this is the first step in a long overdue change. Again, y'all, hello, wake up. This is the same vocabulary, exactly. The same sourcing structure, those close to her, the same emotional packaging. But this time, they're naming Britney's 2 sons as sources of concern. Don't let it fool you. The pattern is still exactly the same. The sons have always been used against Britney Spears to steal control of her story and ultimately her life. Now the media is just relying on them in exactly the same way, to use as tools and pawns against Britney, while simultaneously protecting their own sinister money changer sources. These boys have been groomed just like the public was groomed, just like Britney was groomed, to accept the status quo, that she is property to be owned and controlled. Erratic, spiraling, losing it. The same arc from witness to concerned party to silent co-signer. But you have the tools now. You can see the seams. The question is what you want to do with it. So, let's zoom out. Just big enough to see the whole, shape of it. Stop looking at these individual moments or people. Maybe you don't care that much about Britney Spears, but look at that architecture. All these stories have it in common. There's a loop running like a program, like a script. It runs every time without exception. Across 25, going on 30 years, every phase of Britney Spears' public life, and it has always worked. It's highly effective. It has a few steps, but I narrowed it down to 7 for our purposes. Step 1, Britney Spears acts up.